Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So, patch notes were just posted. Patch 1.03 were posted for Diablo 4. Literally just posted, by the way. So you are currently going to be right on time. Let's go ahead and go through these patch notes together. So I'm going to give it just a little bit before I really start rolling through these patch notes because I want you guys to be able to come in here and see it from the beginning, of course. But give me just a second to get things set up. I wanted to get these patch notes up as soon as they went live. All right. Are you guys ready for some patch notes, boys? Are you ready for some patch notes? Are you ready for some patch notes? Wait, no, hold on. We got to do this right. We got to do it right. Are you ready? Tuesday at the Ginger Gaming Mentor YouTube channel. Got to do my announcer voice. All right, so they literally just released these patch notes. Patch build version 1.0.3, build number 42677, all platforms, June 27th. So it starts out with bug fixes, dungeons, events, and other activities. Fixed an issue where players couldn't engage with a Dead Man's Dredge dungeon boss. That's always good. It's not bad. It's not a good thing when you can't do the dungeon boss. Cody, stop licking my elbow. It wouldn't be a Ginger Gaming Mentor video without the dog licking my elbow. Gosh, dang. I had to work all night, so I got a Red Bull today, so forgive me. I usually just drink water. Really haven't gotten much sleep. But I knew the patch notes for today. I knew it. I could psychically feel it within my soul. I'm just kidding. Gingers don't have souls. Fixed an issue where certain whispers couldn't be completed. Fixed an issue where those who call the storm event wouldn't register as completed. Fixed an issue where those who call the storm event would place a permanent debuff on the player that would gradually drain health. Oh, that sounds nasty. Just a permanent drain health debuff that just won't go away. I guess you pretty much just got to relog at that point, huh? You just be like, guess I'll just die then. Hold on, I did forget to pop up the news updates. There you are. Here we go. Where are we? Fixed an issue where enemies could spawn behind the sealed door in the cultist refuge dungeon, blocking dungeon progress. Fixed an issue where the characters could be damaged and killed during the stronghold completion cutscene. Note the valiant triumph we planned, not the valiant triumph we planned. Fixed an issue where the level 100 pinnacle boss would appear again with no health bar if killed during a specific phase. That's rude. Fixed an issue where progression could be blocked in the Cathedral of Light capstone dungeon in Kjovashed. Fixed an issue where the resulted in a crash or freeze if players entered Untamed Thicket dungeon during the Fang corruption quest. Gameplay issues. Fixed an issue where the Insatiable Fury and Mad Wolf's Glee items prevented druids from transforming into the werebear or werewolf forms. Well, that's not good, because those items are deliberately supposed to allow the druid to go into those forms. Fixed an issue where spider host enemies would remain upright after exploding and dying. It's a graphical issue. Fixed an issue where equipment with socketed gems couldn't be mass salvaged. I mean, that doesn't sound like an issue. That sounds like a feature right there. I kind of wish I could make so that certain items wouldn't get salvaged. It would be nice if we had a function, you know, kind of like the junk function where you could mark everything as junk, but instead the other way around where you could mark something as don't junk this. Like, that basically sounds like a don't junk this feature that they just took out. Fixed an issue where players were unable to teleport to Saragar while in the Saragar and Saragar outskirts subregions. Fixed an issue where corpse tendrils would cause the corpse visual to disappear. Corpse tendrils is not supposed to cause the corpse to disappear, but it just caused the visual to disappear, not the corpse. Fixed an issue where the camera would not zoom out when joining a world boss encounter. I had that happen to me once or twice. That was pretty nasty. That was not a fun one. You know how like the world boss zooms out every time you fight him, right? So we did this thing where we like staggered him really quickly. And when we staggered him really quickly, it zoomed back in for some reason, and then it never zoomed back out, and it was the worst world boss fight that we'd ever done. Like it was like tunnel vision, and like all you could see was like Ashava's leg. It was absolutely terrible. So I'm glad they fixed that. But you know, it would be nice if we could just zoom out our camera normally. That would be great if we could just do that on our own, instead of it being some sort of automated feature. Fixed an issue where barbarian players would get stuck between bone walls after using charge. Fixed an issue where the rogue players would remain invisible to other players after using the concealment skill in the field of hatred. Wow, that's a bug. So basically just permanent stealth for the rogue in PvP. That's not broken at all. I'm glad they fixed that. Fixed an issue where Adria's tornadoes would cause the player to be stuck in a knockback state if hit by multiple tornadoes at once. Fixed an issue where pressing any button on the controller while dazed would halt all player input. Fixed an issue where the caches within world tier conditions could be brought into higher world tiers and provide rewards for that world tier. Oh wow, I didn't even think about that. That's interesting. And that actually answers a lot of questions as far as the like how drops work. So apparently drops specifically seem to be based on where you get the drop, not necessarily where the drop came from. So what this would suggest for those of you who don't understand is what players were doing was they were killing the world boss, obtaining a cache, but they were killing the world boss in, say, World Tier 1, or World Tier 2, or World Tier 3, right? Then they take the World Tier cache that they get in the lower World Tier, they were bringing it to World Tier 4 and opening it, and it was suddenly giving them, like, ancestral items, which it should never have given them, which indicates that the cache is not actually designed properly, or it wasn't, because it was providing the rewards of the area that you were in, not the zone where it was found, which is rather interesting because that sheds a little bit of light on the way that the drop system works. So the drop system must be highly dependent on the area that you are finding the item, the world tier that you're finding the item, not necessarily like where you actually got it from. So if you separate the two out, like for instance, it might even work with the whispers, the whisper caches as well. So not just the boss caches, but the whisper caches, all the caches. It was probably working with all of them, which means you could go farm them on like World Tier 1 and then go to World Tier 4 and open them and get higher rewards. Now, obviously they patched that, but that doesn't mean that the system doesn't still work that way. Fixed an issue where the Skeleton Warrior upgrade for increasing Thorns damage was not properly applying. So Thorns buff, well, technically a buff for the Skeleton Warrior Thorns. Fixed an issue where the Burning Instinct power on the Sorcerer Paragon board did not account for base critical damage in its damage calculation. Interesting. So the Burning Instinct power was not actually calculating its damage properly. So that's a buff for the Burning Sorceresses. Fixed an issue where the player could move in-game during the leave game countdown. Local co-op fixed an issue where the second player that closes the region progress menu would be locked in the world map during local co-op play. Fixed an issue where some quests would not properly progress for all players in local co-op play. I had that happen a couple times. Fixed an issue where the preview slot item upgrades would only display for player 1 during local co-op play. Fixed an issue where the buttons in the store would become uninteractable for player 2 during local co-op play. Fixed an issue where targeting the same enemy would show different health bars for each player during local co-op play. Fixed an issue where Spirit Boons menu couldn't be closed by player 2 if player 1 had it open during local co-op play. Fixed an issue where the remaining player would not be able to move their mount if the other player exited the game. Sounds like there's a whole bunch of issues with player 2 in co-op, so a whole bunch of fixes for player 2 in co-op. Quests. Fixed an issue where the NPC Lacthan could duplicate during multiple quests. Fixed an issue where the progression of the Malign Devotion quest became blocked if the player left the cellar as Lacron started to stand up. Fixed an issue where players would have their progression in the Apex of Misery quest blocked if they teleported away and back during the Destroy Risen Remains objective. Fixed an issue where the player character would get blocked if they sat on a chair to talk to an NPC during the Demon Ledger quest. Frickin' chair boss, man. The frickin' chair boss in this game. How many of you guys have accidentally sat on the stupid chair sitting next to the stash and frickin' every single time, man. I go to do the stash and all of a sudden I'm on the chair and I'm like, why is nothing working? And I'm like, oh, I'm sitting in the chair, boss. Fixed an issue where Brawl and Mother's Chosen would move oddly during the eavesdropping cutscene, was near the broken wall. Players will now re-enter the boss area after the follower has joined them during the Storming the Gates quest. Fix an issue where the Illusion Woods statue could become uninteractable during the Wayward quest. Fix an issue where the True Potential Rogue class quest sometimes couldn't be properly completed. Alright, so moving on to UI. UI definitely needs a lot of work in this game. Fixed an issue where chat could be expanded even when the chat is not visible. I've had that happen to me multiple times while I was fighting in battle, literally to the point where I would get freaking, like, murdered, by the way. Like, absolutely murdered. Because I'd have the big, giant, like, freaking chat window covering up the entire thing. I'm not talking about the little chat window in the corner. I'm talking about the big chat window that covers up the entire screen. Apparently, like, you could accidentally click on the button and expand the chat window to the entire screen, even when the chat was not visible. So it would just, all of a sudden you're in combat, and the whole screen is just covered up with chat. And you're like, what the frickin'? And you're just, like, dying horribly while you try and find the X button. Fixed an issue where party members' HP bar would appear to be 0 if they left the vicinity of their party while not at full health. This is freaking huge. I hate this, and I'm glad that they fixed it. I hope they fixed it completely, because literally every single time a party member would move more than like 10 feet away from you, literally like 10 feet away from you, they would their HP would just go like they were dead. And every 5 seconds, we're literally telling, we're like, are you dead? And they're like, no, I just walked away from the group. Are you dead? No, I'm alive. I'm fine. Are you dying? No, I'm fine. Literally, like, we ask each other whether you're dead, like, multiple times during a group, because we can't tell. We literally don't know how much HP our party members have, because if they walk more than 10 feet away from us, it just goes to 0, which is stupid. So hopefully that is completely fixed, because I'm tired of that. Fixed an issue where the GPU not supported message would display broken text. Fixed an issue where the particles for Druid's Spirit Boons would persist after closing the associated menu. Fixed an issue on Xbox consoles where the cross-network play notification would display in-game if cross-network play was disabled. Fixed an issue that displayed an empty notification for new players when the world bosses appeared. Fix an issue where the potion upgrade icon would be missing when playing with controller. Fix an issue where the town portal progress bar would be visible while in menus. Fix an issue on the PC where the tab key would not open the map if the materials panel was open. Fix an issue where the spur ability for mounts would display as not yet learned. What? Fix an issue where the linked item menu would persist on the screen when switching between keyboard and mouse controller input. Fix an issue where players would receive improper messaging when undoing the deletion of a hardcore character. Undoing the deletion of a hardcore character? You can undo the deletion of a hardcore character? What? Yeah, hit the like button. There's 330 of you in here. Hit the dang like button, suckers. Oh, look, my my cheeks clapped 48 times from Lilith yesterday is still up on the screen. That's how many times she clapped my cheeks yesterday. She did a good job. She didn't even buy me lunch. She didn't even get me like a candy bar or nothing at the store. Fixed an issue where players would receive, fixed an issue where the interact wheel prompt would appear over vases near the Fate's Retreat waypoint. Fixed an issue where the socket button would persist if the player swapped tabs. Fixed multiple instances where pins on the map from either a quest or the player would not function properly. Fixed multiple instances across a variety of menus where text wouldn't display properly. Fixed multiple issues with health bars not displaying accurately during PvP activities. Various other improvements to the UI experience. Various localization fixes. Fixed an issue where the Purveyor of Curiosities menu would erroneously display item quality on some items. This didn't affect what item quality was available to gamble for. Fixed an issue where users couldn't create a clan when their language was set to Russian or Spanish. That's right. No clans for the Russian or Spanish. No, no, no. Bad. Fixed an issue where the shop would not properly load if player dies in checkout. Why would you die in checkout? Maybe you should just make me immune while I'm in the shop. Fixed an issue where multiple cutscenes would not play if the player engaged with them when in a party of 3 or more players on Xbox Series X, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4. Fixed an issue where the randomized look and swap body type actions in the shop didn't function when viewing cosmetic armor. Fixed an issue where the PlayStation 5 screen reader wouldn't function properly. Fixed an issue where emotes from the shop would not always function when used with a controller. Fixed an issue where the player's character's eyes would display improperly during Lorath's cabin cutscene in the prologue. Various stability, performance, and visual improvements across all platforms. Fixed an issue where players using laptops with certain dedicated graphics cards would not be able to play the game. That's a pretty big one. So for those of you who have tried to play on your laptop and you got a message that said that you were unable to play because you didn't have the right graphics card, might be a time to re-download, patch it up, try it again, see if maybe now you're capable of playing the game. It seems like it was incorrectly detecting certain graphic cards that were dedicated on laptops, which is actually a big issue, by the way, because laptops often use dual graphics cards, which is one integrated card and one dedicated card, and a lot of the times games will have trouble telling which one is which. But a laptop with a dedicated card and a integrated card at the same time can often confuse programs. So hopefully they got that fixed. Gameplay adjustments, experience rewards, significantly increased the experience awarded for completing Nightmare Dungeons. So this was a big thing. Regular dungeons were basically better EXP than Nightmare Dungeons. So this is huge. So Nightmare Dungeons actually give more EXP than regular dungeon, I would assume now. Significantly increased the experience gained from killing monsters in Nightmare Dungeons. So not only do we have significant increase to the EXP gained from killing the monsters, so killing monsters, but we also have a significant increase to the experience awarded for completing the Nightmare Sigil. So it seems like this one right here is more targeted at the people who were farming the Nightmare Dungeons and not completing them. So they basically were just going through the process of, killing the monsters and then just leaving, instead of going and killing the boss, because the boss was not worth killing, essentially, because it was lower EXP than actually just farming the dungeon and resetting. So they basically increased both the EXP from killing the monsters and also the EXP from the award for completing the Nightmare Sigil. HellTide chest now provides substantially more bonus experience when opened. That's interesting. I know, I was actually unaware that the HellTide chests actually gave bonus EXP. Guess I never really paid attention. But substantially more. That sounds like it might be a good way to level up my alt characters. Significantly increased reward EXP from completing individual whispers across the board. Fixed an issue where no experience was rewarded for completing the holdout style event that can occur after finishing dungeon objectives. General, the HellTide roaming bosses will now be more consistently drop higher quality loot. A lot of people complain that Kixarth wasn't really dropping as much stuff as she should have. She's a very difficult boss honestly, I don't think she's difficult, but some people had trouble with her. To be honest with, I killed Kixarth and usually 2 or 3 bone spears, let's be perfectly honest. But the most people who had trouble with her were upset that she didn't really drop good loot considering her difficulty. So it's interesting that they increased the difficulty, or rather the rewards for killing her. Players can now teleport to their Nightmare Dungeon directly through the map. So looks like you can get directly to your Nightmare Dungeon without having to ride there on your horse. Weekly bonus caches from world bosses no longer have a level requirement for opening. Now, I will caution you on this one. So it's nice that they removed it for the people who want to open the caches early, okay? But the developers said that the unique items can drop, these super rare unique items like Shaco, Doombringer, like Ring of the Starless Skies, Grandfather, those items can actually drop from any source that drops regular unique items, okay? So that means that if you open these caches before level 85, which is the bare minimum limit, you're not going to have a chance to get any of those rare uniques. So if you wait to open these caches until your character is 85, you actually might have a small chance. It's not a very large chance, but you might have a small chance of getting one of the super rare uniques. But if you open them before 85, you got no chance of getting that, because it's going to be based on your C level, which is your character level. So as soon as you open it in World Tier 4, you're going to immediately tie the cache to your character level, which is immediately going to remove any chance that you have of getting those super rare uniques. So if you hang on to those, caches for a little while longer till you're 85 plus, just level 85 or higher, and open them then you might actually have a chance of getting one of those super rare uniques. Just a small note that I thought I'd add in, because if they remove the level requirement, then you're definitely going to be able to open them well before level 85. Developers note, we are currently working on increasing the monster and elite density of endgame content and plan to introduce this change early in Season 1. Interesting. Balance changes, oh boy. Developers notes, we're continuing our efforts to make all class builds feel fun and powerful with another round of balance updates. In particular, we have seen community feedback stating that basic skills aren't impactful enough in combat, which is 100% true. I think with the exception of very few specific skills like Frenzy, Arc Lash, I think that's it. Anybody, did I miss one? Frenzy and Arc Lash? I think like well, technically Claw, if you're using the special unique staff and if you have the special helmet. I guess Storm, yeah, so Arc Lash, Frenzy, and Claw. Those are like the three that actually have significant purpose as basic skills. All the rest of the basic skills, as far as I understand it, are basically garbage, and the only thing people use them for is to build essence for the most part, or to get vulnerable. It says these changes will not change the fundamental relationship between basic skills and core skills, but we hope that they may help smooth out the leveling experience while we explore additional ways to strengthen them. We are also increasing the power of some skills that players feel are lagging behind their peers. As we look forward to future updates, we're monitoring other heavily discussed topics, such as minion survivability and build parity. Please keep sending us feedback, and we'll see you in Sanctuary. All right, so let's dive into the changes here. Let's start with the Burburdian. All right, so the Burburdian. Lunging Strike got a damage buff from 30% to 33%. Fury generated was increased from 9 to 10, so a little buff there for Lunging Strike. Bash got an increase in Fury generation from 10 to 11, and Fortify was increased from 10 to 20%. That's actually pretty interesting. So Fortify is really strong for survivability. I've actually figured this out myself, is that like basically Fortify is one of the best ways to make your character tanky. It also increases your damage output, and you can also get things that will increase your damage while you're fortified. So Bash now basically got a double Fortify bonus, going from 10% to 20%, which is actually pretty darn sweet. That means you're going to get a lot more usefulness out of Bash just for generating that Fortify. Base damage increased from 20 to 22% on Frenzy. Frenzy was always pretty good. Got a little bit better. Flay, bleeding damage, base damage increased from 36 to 40%. Little buff there. Fury generated increased from 9 to 10, so they increased the Fury generation on like all the basic skills. Enhanced Flay's vulnerable chance was increased from 10 to 15%. the good get better. Flay was already used for the vulnerable option, which is definitely really freaking awesome. That is amazing right there. So I think a lot of people are utilizing Flay right now, specifically for that vulnerable chance. So if you're utilizing Flay for the vulnerable chance, hell yeah. Double swing, base damage increased from 36 to 40%. Double swing did need kind of a buff. Kick, the cooldown has been reduced from 17 to 13 seconds. Kick is amazing, by the way. If you haven't tested it out, you should give it a try. Base damage dealt to enemies knocked back into terrain increased from 54% to 70. Kick actually has a 4-second vulnerable attached to it, and it's actually AoE. So all of the monsters that are within that, like in that exact area when you kick, all of them become vulnerable for 4 seconds. So it's actually pretty darn sweet. It's a way that you can just have a 4-second vulnerability. It has 2 charges, and now it's on a 13-second cooldown, so it's even better. Might be something that you can add into your arsenal. Enhanced charges, base damage dealt to enemies knocked back into terrain increased from 15 to 30. Leap, mighty leap slow is increased from 50% to 70. Holy crap. That's a PvP change right there. If I can slow you down by 70% by leaping on you, good luck getting away from me. You're going to have to tap your unstoppable and you're going to have to run. But I can force you. Leap has a reset cooldown, by the way. You can reset leap multiple times. So in PvP, you could force somebody to burn all their unstoppables by just simply leaping on them repeatedly, putting a 70% slow on them over and over and over again. 70% is really slow. You're not running away from me with a 70% slow. That's kind of insane. Iron Skin, enhanced Iron Skin's barrier increased from 10% to 20% of maximum life. That's a pretty big buff. That's a double buff. Call of the Ancients, Prime Call of the Ancients bonus attack speed is increased from 10 to 20%. Iron Maelstrom, cooldown reduced from 60 to 45 seconds. That's a good buff. Prime Iron Maelstrom bonus critical chance increased from 10 to 30%. Wow, triple buff there. Prime Iron Maelstrom bonus critical strike damage increased from 20 to 40%. Dang. So the critical strike chance was increased from 10 to 30, and the critical strike damage was increased from 20 to 40. That is a pretty hefty buff for Iron Maelstrom. That is a lot. A 20% crit increase? Literally 20% crit increase on that. That's kind of nuts. Bounding Slam, base damage increased from 75 to 112%. Legendary aspects, developers notes. The below includes changes to flat damage legendary aspects. These effects scale with item power. For example, at 820 item power, Bull Kathos Earthquake increases from 1,747 through 3,404 to 2,687 to 3,717 damage. So these are going to be a little bit hard to read because they're based on item power and they're just giving us like the increases in how the item power calculates out the damage, which is going to be kind of hard to see here. But the Bull Kathos Earthquake flat damage was increased. The Earthquake flat damage was increased. Dust Devils, the little Dust Devils that come out like when you do like the Whirlwind and the Double Swing and the various things like that. That one has been increased. Wind Lasher got increased with the flat damage output. By the way, before I continue through this, let me just state this for all of you guys right now, because there's like 1,620 of you out there, by the way. Hit the like button. The flat damage aspects are better to choose from the codex than they are to choose from items. And I'm going to explain why. So they actually just told us right here the answer. So it says, for example, it says these effects scale with item power. For example, at 820 item power, Bull Kathos Earthquake increases, right? The codex scales with your level. And at level 100, when you get your character all the way leveled up, you are way higher than an 820 item. Like, way higher than an 820 item. And I mean like ridiculously higher. So if you grab that aspect from the codex, it's going to be scaled to your level, which is way higher than finding the item. Now, and that's not always possible because the codex entries don't always match up with all of the aspects, so some of these don't exist within the codex. But if you have one of these in the codex and you are a high-level character, always use the codex entry. Don't use the ones from the items. Now, if it doesn't come from the codex, upgrade the item first before you extract the legendary aspect. This item right here that's 820 power, if you upgrade it to 825, the aspect that's on the legendary will actually go up in damage because the item power level goes up. And then when you extract the item at its maximum power, you will get a higher damage output aspect that you can then imprint on the item. It does not work if you've already imprinted it on the item. So if you take an aspect off and imprint it onto another item and then upgrade it, it does not increase. Just a heads up for all of you who are looking at these base item power things. So we also got Iron Warrior damage reduction has been increased from 10 to 20% to 15 to 25%. Overkill, that's the unique item. Damage increased from 16 to 30 to 24 to 38. The Hellhammer also got a buff. Flat damage increased from 0.3 to 0.5 to 0.6 to 0.8. So it looks like a lot of buffs here for basic skills. Some decent buffs here for like Leap and Iron Skin. Iron Maelstrom got a huge buff. Not bad overall. A lot of buffs to the flat damages. So for those of you who are using these flat damage ones, you might have to get a better version. All right, so next, the doo-doo. The doo-doo. No, I'm just kidding. It's the Druid. I'm just kidding. It's the Druid. Skills, Earth Spike, base damage increased from 16 to 17. Spirit Generated increased from 10 to 11. Fierce Earth Spike, Fortify increased from 4 to 8%. Like the Druid needed more Fortify. The Druid already has like a million ways to generate Fortify. They just gave him another way to generate Fortify. They're like, man, he don't got enough Fortify. Let's give him. I heard you like Fortify. Let's give you some Fortify with your Fortify. I'm joking, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Bruzak. Jank Nation, that's right. Wind Shear, base damage increased from 17 to 18%. Spirit Generated increased from 12 to 13. So Wind Shear got a little bit of a buff there. Tiny little buff. 1% on the base and an extra 1 spirit. Claw, that's my bad boy on my crit wolf. My crit poison wolf. Base damage increased from 20 to 22%. Spirit Generated increased from 10 to 11. Wild Claw double attack chance increased from 10 to 15%. And Fierce Claw base damage increased from 10% to 15%. So a nice little buff there for Claw. Maul base damage increased from 20 to 22. Spirit Generated increased from 14 to 15. Enhanced Maul Fortify increased from 2 to 3%. Lightning Storm. Enhanced Lightning Storm duration is increased from 4 to 6 seconds. Primal Lightning Storm chance to immobilize increased from 8 to 12. Shred. Third attack base damage increased from 60 to 70%. Enhanced Shred healing increased from 1% to 2% of maximum life. That's a nice little sustain. That's a nice little sustain buff right there. Raging Shred's base damage increased from 51 to 70%. Primal Shred's bonus critical strike damage increased from 20 to 30. Oh, so pretty high buffs there to Shred. I might have to hop onto my Poison Crit Wolf. Wolves cooldown reduced from 14 to 11 seconds. Ferocious Wolfpack Lucky Hit Chance increased from 10 to 40. Wow, that's a pretty big buff. That's actually kind of huge. Lucky Hit Chance on the Wolfpack got like a major increase. Hurricane base damage was increased from 97.5 to 134%. Pretty big buff for Hurricane. Rabies base poisoning damage increased from 53% to 76%. Cataclysm base damage increased from 52 to 64%. So got some buffs across the board here for the Druid. Lacerate base damage increased from 400 to 460%. Petrify critical strike damage bonus increased from 25 to 30%. Pummel base damage increased from 140 to 180%. We got some passive changes. Bestial Rampage passive. Attack speed bonus increased from 20 to 25%. That's kind of nice. Damage bonus increased from 20 to 30. Nature's Fury. Chance to cast a free spell has increased from 20 to 30%. Lupine Ferocity, damage bonus increased from 60 to 70%. And then we got some changes to the legendary aspects. Runeworker's Conduit, flat damage was increased from 1 to 1.4. Mangled, chance increased from 20 to 30 to 30 to 40%. Seismic Shift, cooldown decreased from 2.5 to 1.5 to 2 to 1 seconds. Seismic Shift got a nerf there. That's one of the first nerfs I've seen, like, in the entire patch notes. It's not much of a nerf. It's a 0.5 second nerf, but still a nerf. So if you're using the Seismic Shift, it looks like that one got a little bit worse. Blurred Beast, damage increased from 60 to 90 to 70 to 100%. Blurred Beast is the one that causes the Shred to consume the poison and dish out damage equivalent to the poison damage. So that's interesting. Moving on to the Necromancer. Reap, base damage increased from 12 to 13%. Acolyte's Reap cooldown between corpses reduced from 5 to 4 seconds. So that's interesting there. So Reap is a skill that you can utilize to create corpses, and they have increased the number of corpses that you can potentially get. Oh, thank you for the raid, Mr. Rexe. They have increased the number of potential corpses that you can get from the ability, which is very nice. Very small buff to damage, but that's a considerable buff to the number of corpses that you can get over a long period of time. We also have Decompose. Base damage increased from 30 to 33%. Base essence generated per second increased from 7 to 8. Corpses formed frequency increased from 2.5 to 2 seconds. So instead of creating one corpse every 2.5 seconds, it's going to create one corpse every 2 seconds, which is a pretty hefty buff as well. So it looks like they're buffing corpse generation across the board there, which is very nice. There's also another ability, by the way. It's a legendary aspect that creates an additional corpse underneath of all of the monsters affected by Decompose and allows Decompose to hit multiple targets. So you can actually get a hell of a lot more corpses with this, because you're talking about one corpse under every monster that's affected by Decompose every 2 seconds versus 2.5. And it might not seem like a huge buff, but when you're attacking like 4 monsters at a time and you can generate 4 corpses every 2 seconds versus 4 corpses every 2.5 seconds, it is a big difference in the number of corpses that you can make. So Decompose has gone up significantly as a corpse generator. I think even eclipsing Reap at this point, even with the buff, because Decompose can now generate insane numbers of corpses if you want it to. Hemorrhage, base damage increased from 25 to 27, and essence generated increased from 8 to 9. Bone Splinters, base damage increased from 8 to 9%, and essence generated increased from 6 to 7. Sever, initial base damage increased from 63 to 66%. Enhanced Sever's return base damage increased from 25% to 40%, so the return got quite a notable bump. Bloodlance, Supernatural Bloodlance overpower requirement reduced from 8 casts to 6 casts. Very nice. Very, very nice. That is a pretty big buff, especially since you can get a guaranteed overpower, so that you need 2 less casts to get that overpower, which is pretty nice. Bone Prison, cooldown reduced from 20 seconds to 18 seconds. Nice. Dreadful Bone Prison's Fortify increased from 5% to 8%. Ooh, I like that. I've been eyeballing Bone Prison. I've been eyeballing it. That Fortify is actually kind of nice. I like that Fortify increase. Iron Maiden, base damage increased from 10 to 20%. Horrid Iron Maiden damage bonus increased from 15 to 20. Corpse Tendrils, Blight Corpse Tendrils chance to spawn a Blood Orb has increased from 30 to 35%. Bone Spikes, base damage increased from 80 to 120%. What the hell is Bone Spikes? I have no clue what that is, and I play the Necromancer, and I'm a Bone Necromancer. Is that a passive? Did we roll into the passives without knowing it? Base damage increased from 80 to 120%. Ray Skeleton and Golem. The basic attack. I thought the basic attack was Bone Splinters, which is up here. Bone Splinters is the basic attack. Bone Spikes is the mount ability. Gotcha. That's why I don't know what that is, because I don't pay attention to the mount abilities. Ray's Skeleton and Golem minions will now always engage targets with a cast curse. That's kind of interesting. That's a very big change. It might not seem like a big change at first, but basically what this is saying is that if you curse a monster, the minions will automatically target that monster. So it guarantees that if you curse a monster, the minions will attack that first. Now, granted, the curse has a little bit of a larger radius than you would think, so you might have to do a little finagling, but that does give you a guaranteed way to force the minions to attack a specific monster that you might want them to. It might kind of like be a little awkward because you might have to cast the curse at like the edge of the screen or something so that you're not hitting like the entire field of battle. But if you did it right, like if you had an elite up in the corner and you cursed in the corner, you could guarantee that all your minions rush to that monster, which is um it's big enough that you're going to hit a lot of monsters, though, but it's small enough that you might be able to finagle it. Like, it's in between. Like, it's not... Like, for those of you who remember Diablo 2, like, it's not as big as, like, Amplify Damage, which covers the entire screen. And it's not as small as Decrepify, which only hits, like, one monster. But it's, like, somewhere in between, and you're going to have to work with it. But that does sound interesting. I'll have to play around with that and see how well that works. Passives, Kalen's Edict, which is the... damage taken duration requirement reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. I believe that's the tank, the minion one. Rathma's Vigor, healthy duration reduced from 15 to 12 seconds, so you only have to be healthy for 12 seconds. Honestly, 12 seconds is kind of a long time in combat. I mean, 15 seconds is too, and obviously a reduction from 15 to 12 is nice, but good luck staying healthy for 12 seconds in the middle of like a really hefty battle, like with like poison underneath your feet and explosions everywhere and freezing effects on the ground and literally like freaking snakes spitting poison at you. Like, I mean, staying alive is easy, but staying healthy, 85% or higher, staying healthy for 12 seconds is a little difficult. Spiked armor, thorns increased from 0.8, 0.16, 0.24 to 0.1, 2, and 3. So the Thorns passive, I believe that's the passive, has been increased significantly on the Necromancer. So for those of you who are Thorns Necromancers, rejoice. That is actually freaking amazing. Legendary aspects, Bursting Bone. Flat damage increased from 0.022 to 0.03 and to 0.045 to 0.06. Then we also have Flesh Rending, which is essence gained increased from 10 to 20 to 10 to 40. Fast Blood ultimate cooldown reduction increased from 0.5 to 0.1, 1 to 1.5. I mean, overall, a lot of nice buffs here. I didn't see any debuffs. All of the basic skills basically got some sort of buff. Honestly, Decompose got the biggest buff right here with the corpse generation, which is kind of nuts. But it looks like if you're using any of the basic skills on the Necromancer, you got some kind of buff to your basic skill, which is certainly not a bad thing. Moving on to the Rogue. The Rogue. We're moving on to the Rogue. Invigorating Strike, base damage increased from 23 to 25%. Blade Shift, base damage increased from 15 to 16%. Heartseeker, base damage increased from 22 to 24%. Primary Heartseeker damage increased from 30 to 75%. Forceful Arrow, base increased from 20 to 22%. Just like straight up damage buffs, like across the board for all of the base skills. Interesting. Barrage, base damage increased from 20 to 22%. Little small buff there. Caltrops, Methodical Caltrops Chill has been increased from 20 to 25%. That's a pretty big buff. If you're unaware of why that's a big buff, even though it says, 20 to 25, the answer lies in the number of hits it requires for the monster to reach the chill point. So the chill point is 100%, right? So divided by 20 is 5 hits. So it requires 5 hits for the monster to freeze. Changing it to 25 means that now it only requires 4, of course, which is 100 divided by 4. So it only requires 4 hits of the Methodical Caltrops to freeze the target instead of only So 5. So that's actually a pretty big buff because that means the monsters are going to freeze a lot sooner if you're using the methodical caltrops, which is pretty powerful. Smoke grenade cooldown reduction from 15 to 13 seconds. Rain of arrows cooldown reduced from 60 to 55 per second. It honestly needed it. The rain of arrows cooldown just feels way too long. Prime rain of arrows imbuement potency has been increased from 20 to 30%. That's pretty sweet. The imbuement is really the main thing. If you guys haven't checked out the Word of Hakan unique amulet, that one in particular, like, it uses all imbuements with the Rain of Arrows. So this is a huge buff to not only Rain of Arrows, but it's also a huge buff to the Word of Hakan, which applies all 3 imbuements to the Rain of Arrows when you fire it. So it's probably more significant than you think, and especially since they reduce the cooldown as well. Volley base damage increased from 70 to 105%. Passives. Close quarters combat damage bonus increased from 20 to 30%. Wow. That's pretty nice. Obviously, if you're a melee rogue, that's a pretty huge buff to the melee rogue. Legendary aspects. Escape artist. Cooldown decreased from 100 to 45 seconds. Wow. That's more than a double. So, you know, a doubling of the power of this would be at 50 seconds. They decreased it to 45, which is just under double or just above double. So that's a pretty huge buff for the escape artist ability. Umbrous lucky hit chance to gain a dark shroud increased from 30 to 50%, from 30 to 50% to 40 to 60. The Dark Shroud is kind of nice. It just kind of absorbs damage. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's interesting. So this is basically just going to give you more Dark Shrouds, which is useful. Eyes in the Dark unique item. Increase the Death Trap cooldown reduction. Or increased Death Trap cooldown reduction. So it doesn't make any sense. Why is it increased reduced? Increased Death Trap cooldown reduced from 30 to 15% to because it actually increases the cooldown of Death Trap cooldown, so they reduced the increase of the cooldown on the item, which is essentially a buff. So you can get it down a little bit lower on the crappy items, but it looks like they didn't buff the perfect item. So if you already had a perfect 15%, then you get no buff. But the bottom end was upped a little bit, so it's no longer as low as 30%. It doesn't really seem like much of a buff at all. Moving on to the sorceress. Is it just me, or does the sorcerer, so just to, you know, before I hop into the sorceress patch notes, does it seem like the male sorcerer is just wearing the female sorcerer's equipment? Like, whenever I see a male sorcerer all decked out in equipment, it just looks like he's wearing girl clothes. I don't know if they took the time to actually custom tailor the female sorcerer equipment to the male sorcerer, but it doesn't look like they did, because it just looks like the male sorcerer is wearing the female sorcerer's equipment, and it's really silly looking. And while there are some masculine pieces of equipment on the sorcerer, most of them just look like a guy who's wearing, like, girl's clothes, which is really silly. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if I'm playing a male sorcerer, I might want to look a little more butch. You know, that's my personal preference. If I want to look butch on my male sorcerer, I can. But most of the clothes don't look butch on the male sorcerer. You just look like a crossdresser, basically. Spark base damage increased from 8 to 10%. Enhanced spark damage increased from 5.6 to 7%. Flickering spark chance increased from 3 to 4%. So buffs across the board on the spark ability. Frostbolt base damage increased from 35 to 38%. Firebolt burning damage increased from 40 to 44%. Firebolt was already pretty good, by the way, if you guys never actually gave Firebolt a chance. Let me tell you, Firebolt was actually pretty nice. It has a pierce. On it, and it hits multiple targets. And it just, like, as a basic skill, it's one of my favorites, because you literally fire it and it will just go through an entire crowd of monsters all the way to the back, and it will cause everything to start burning, hitting like sometimes even 10, 20 monsters depending on how you set it up. So it's actually like really freaking cool in my opinion, like that they buffed it, because it was already a really good one, and it's just a little bit better. Charge Bolt base damage increased from 28 to 30%. I actually plan on building a Charge Bolt sorceress, so that's pretty good. Incinerate. Base damage increased from 49 to 54%. Enhanced Incinerate increased from 15 to 25%. Greater Incinerate, immobilize requirement reduced from 4 to 3 seconds. I don't think they're going to get anybody to use this ability. It has the same problems and it has the same drawbacks as the Diablo 2 Inferno. You are stuck in place. You have to plant yourself in place. And when you plant yourself in place, you're vulnerable. And the problem is that they literally designed this game around moving. Like, if you blink too hard at the wrong time, like, an AoE effect will murder you. Like, you can't even, like, you could be playing like this, and you would just be like, and you'd be dead. Like, you literally have to just, like, hold your eyes open at all times, like, and keep moving constantly. Otherwise, ground effects will appear underneath your butthole. We will volcanus your anus, literally, like, volcanus your anus, if you're not moving constantly. And Incinerate is a skill that plants you. It literally plants you in place, and it holds you there. And I just don't know how they're ever going to be able to fix that, because you have to stay moving constantly while you're playing anything with Diablo 4. And having an ability that plants you is not useful. It doesn't really matter what damage it does unless it's one shot in the entire screen. Fireball. Mana cost decreased from 40 to 35. I always thought that was a little high on Fireball. Don't worry if I missed whatever you guys want. I'm going to do a recap, so don't worry about it. Frozen Orb, initial base damage increased from 32 to 36%. Explosion, base damage increased from 29 to 34%. Greater Frozen Orb chance to apply vulnerable has been increased from 25 to 30%. So that's kind of a nice bonus there for the vulnerable chance. And it looks like it got a damage buff overall. I haven't seen a lot of people using Frozen Orb. I'm not sure if it's because Frozen Orb is terrible, or if it's because Frozen Orb is terrible. I just haven't seen a lot of people using it, I guess is what I'm saying. Oh, thank you, Killreen. Appreciate it, man. Blizzard, base damage increased from 120 to 130%. Did Blizzard really need a buff? Have you guys not seen that video where literally the Blizzard Sorceress, like, literally killed Lilith in about, like, 10 seconds? Like, it was literally about 10 seconds. Like, the Blizzard Sorceress went in there, like, did her thing. Lilith got knocked down, like, and then Lilith's health bar went like this. And I'm like, dang. I'm like, holy Jesus, Blizzard is broken. And that same Blizzard Sorceress, who literally absolutely annihilated Lilith in 10 seconds, just got a buff. So now it's like 9 seconds. Maybe they nerfed the aspect. I don't know. We'll see. Because I know isn't there the aspect where it does like ice spikes up from the ground or whatever, right? So like maybe they nerfed the aspect and brought up the damage of the Blizzard. Ice Blades, chance to apply vulnerable increased from 30 to 40%. Lightning Spear, summoned Lightning Spear's maximum damage bonus has been increased from 100% to 160. That's right, Volcanus. That is correct. That is correct, Tyrael. Volcanus the anus. You got a Volcanus the anus. Okay, that's from Diablo 2, by the way. If you guys from back in Diablo 2, I had a druid and he used the volcanoes. And the best place to always put a volcano is right in the anus. You got a Volcanus the anus. Okay, that is the correct placement. So Lightning Spear got a significant nerf, or no, it wasn't Lightning Spear. It was Ice Blades that got the nerf. Maybe Lightning Spear might be viable now. You can get a lot of free Lightning Spears using various methods. So it's interesting. I mean, that's a 60% damage buff. So who knows? Lightning Spears might be viable now. I'm probably going to be using these with my charge bolt build eventually. Have not put it together yet, but I'm going to be theory crafting that probably within the next couple days. I like to theory craft my characters before I actually go in and play them. Crackling energy base damage increased from 15% to 20%. That's a pretty big buff because crackling energy is something you're going to have going all the time as a lightning sorceress. Freezing wake base damage increased from 60% to 110. Legendary aspects. Abundant energy legendary aspect. Chance to chain to an additional enemy has been increased from 20 to 30 to 30 to 40%, so it's a pretty good chain increase there. Singed extremities, slow amount was increased from 25 to 30 to 40 to 60%. You know, in PvP, this is a big thing. In PvE, I don't really care how much a monster is slowed by. Like, I hate to say it, but like most of the time the slow percentage on a monster in PvE is less important than anything. Like, I want them slowed, of course, because you want to get that damage bonus. Like, there's a, you know, damage bonus while crowd controlled, damage bonus while slowed, etc. But, like, it doesn't really matter the amount they're slowed unless you're trying to kite. And most of the time, if your character's built correctly, you're not kiting. So, I'm not entirely sure about that one. I mean, it's a buff. A buff is a buff is a buff is a buff, right? I'm not going to complain about it. But it doesn't, I don't think it really matters all that much. Incendiary, chance to restore mana increased from 5 to 10% to 12 to 17%. That's actually pretty nice. So this is the, I think, isn't this the passive that a lot of people are using? Is this the, are we in the legendary aspects? No, yeah, we're still in the legendary aspects. But a decent little increase to the chance to restore mana. Snow Guard's damage reduction increased from 10 to 15% to 20 to 25%. That's a 10% buff across the board. That's not bad. Concentration, mana regeneration increased from 10 to 20% to 20 to 30%. I actually use a similar item on my Necromancer that has 30% regeneration, and it's massive. Having that up all the time is pretty good. Don't sleep on the regeneration ones. The regeneration ones are pretty cool. Items, Flame Scar. Flat damage increased from 0.1 to 0.2 to 0.2.3. Staff of Lam Ascen. Damage reduction reduced from 40 to 30 to 35 to 25%. So a debuff to the damage reduction of Staff of Lam Ascen. Alright. So let's do some recap on these notes. Let me take a quick drink real quick. Oh man. Yeah, unfortunately Incinerate is just not really the best. So we're going to recap these. I'm going to go over the important bits, everything that I deem kind of like really important in these notes. So first off, most of this was, I mean, I'm not going to say this was garbage. It's nice that they fixed this stuff, but most of this is not important. We got this one right here was kind of important. Apparently there was a bug with the permanent werebear and permanent werewolf forms preventing the druids from transforming. So that's nice that they fixed that. There is also, I'm trying to find the really important ones. This one right here, apparently there was a bug where the rogue would remain invisible during PvP, even when she was not supposed to be invisible. Apparently that, I mean, that's kind of broken, to be honest with you. If a character can remain in stealth even after they leave stealth, in a PvP zone where stealth is like one of the most important things to escaping and also attacking a character who cannot see you, this is kind of like crazy. So I'm glad that got fixed there. This bug right here was apparently something people were taking advantage of, which is apparently where you would take the caches from a lower world tier, bring them to a higher world tier, and then you would open them in the higher world tier, which, by the way, they misspelt tier with a there, just to point that out as as something funny. So basically what that means is that the cache doesn't actually obtain its... Sorry, I'm trying to think how to word this properly. So the cache is not obtaining its drop chance or the items that it potentially yields from where you found it. Instead, it is obtaining the drop chance and the yield from who opens it and where they open it. Now, according to this, they fixed it, so you could no longer take a lower tier world tier item and bring it to a higher world tier. But what this does explain to us is that the drop chance for those caches is not decided upon the drop, it's decided upon the opening. So if you have a cache, for instance, and you find it at level 50, and you hold on to it until you're level 60, and you open it at level 60, it will give you level 60 items, and so forth and so on. So holding on to the cache for longer, like if you want to stockpile them in your stash, if you want to like hold on to a couple of them, you can open them up later when you know when you're a little bit higher and you can get better use out of them. Fixed an issue where the Skeleton Warrior upgrade for Thorns damage was not properly applying. So for those of you who are playing the Necromancer and you had a Thorns Necromancer, you may have been noticing less than stellar results from your Thorns. It looks like the Skeleton Warrior got his Thorns back. Apparently there was an issue with the Burning Instinct power right here on the Sorcerer Paragon board, so it was not actually properly calculating in base critical damage. So for those of you who were playing around with the Burning Instinct power on the Paragon board, you might want to give it another shot because it looks like they fixed it. Maybe it will give you the damage buff that you originally had hoped for. There's a lot of fixes to the Player 2 on local co-op. So for those of you who may have been having issues with Player 2 not being able to do specific actions or problems during local co-op play on the Xbox and the PlayStation, it looks like they did a lot of fixes, so maybe give the local co-op another try. It's actually a lot of problems that it looks like they fixed, so hopefully the co-op is a little bit more agreeable now. The quest issues, I don't think there was anything super duper important in here. Except for the chair boss. The chair boss keeps coming back up. I don't know why the chairs literally prevent you from doing anything. Like, you can sit in the chair, but then you can't do anything. You're just like, as soon as you sit in the chair, you're just an invalid. You can't like open up the menus and like do anything. You can't click on anything. You don't even know you're in the chair half the time. You're just walking to your stash and you accidentally click on a chair, and literally you accidentally click on the chair. You don't know you're sitting in the chair and you're trying to do something in your inventory and you're getting frustrated because nothing's working. And then you're like, oh wait, let me check. Oh yeah, I'm sitting in a chair. The chair boss is real, by the way. Don't you underestimate the chair boss. He's coming for you. Fixed an issue. Let's see. Hold on. Let me. Not this one. Not this one. There's a couple of these that are really, really important, and I want to talk about some of these. This one right here is really important. Right here. So apparently they fixed the chat thing popping up really big. So I don't know if you guys have had it happen to you, but apparently, like, if you brought your mouse down into the corner of the screen and you accidentally clicked where the expand chat button was, even if the chat was not open, even if the chat was not active, even if the chat was not visible, you could still accidentally click on the expand chat button, and it would open up and cover the entire screen. And then you would literally just die because you couldn't see anything, you couldn't do anything, you couldn't click on anything. So I'm glad that they fixed that, because that happened to me quite a few times accidentally while I was in dungeon. While I was in dungeons. Sorry, my throat's dry. Ooh. This is a pretty big one here too. For those of you who do party play, for those of you who don't have any friends, I'm sorry, this one isn't for you. Don't cry or anything, okay? No, I'm just kidding. You can come join the kinship if you want to. We got tons of people to play with. But when you're in a group and somebody like walks just a little bit too far away from you, their HP bar would just go to 0, and you would think they died. Like, you would think they died. Like, literally, immediately, you would think they died. And then they would walk back within range, and all of a sudden, their HP bar would fill back up again. Right? And then they walk out of range, and then they would die again. And you would constantly, like, worry whether they were dead. You were like, are you alive? Like, are you okay, man? And be like, yeah, I'm fine. Why? You'd be like, well, your HP bar just hit 0. And they'd be like, oh, no, I'm fine. So that was super duper annoying, because you could never tell like what the HP of your teammates were in a dungeon or in any place. You couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with anybody, or whether they were in trouble, or whether they needed help, or or whether they were dead, like, or dying. So, like, it's really nice that they fixed that. That is a huge one for me because I play with people all the time and I am so tired of seeing their HP bars hit 0 and then wondering if they're dead. Fixed an issue where the GPU not supported message would display broken text. Doesn't really matter. There's another one about the GPU not supported thing. Hold on, let me find that. And a lot of these are just kind of meh, like they're not really too important. I'm trying to pull out like the really important ones, the ones that actually like have serious impact on gameplay. This one right here is kind of interesting. So fix the multiple instances where the pins on the map from either the quest or the player would not function properly. So I had this happen to me a couple times. The pins on the map were like not working right. I don't know exactly why that particularly is, but there were definitely some issues where the pins on the map were kind of like screwed up. And I don't know. No, that JL, there was no mention of the rework of the blighted corpse explosion. I really hope they do fix that because I like the blighted corpse explosion, but goodness grief if it doesn't blot out the sun. Like, if you use it enough, like, the entire screen is just pure darkness. You think you've, like, been transported into the shadow realm or something, and your teammates are like, where are the monsters at? Like, they're just, like, feeling around in the darkness. They're like, is that an elite? Are you there? Are you there? That's a Portal reference, by the way. The turrets in Portal would literally just go, are you there? Hello? Hello? Are you there? And they would try and get you they would try and get you to respond, and then they would shoot at you. Fix multiple instances across a variety of menus where the text wouldn't display properly. I've seen that a couple times. It's not really super important, but there was some issues where the text wasn't quite being displayed properly. This one seems like kind of a big one here. So when I was in PvP, a lot of the times I had trouble seeing the health bar of the player that I was fighting. For some reason it would sometimes like not display properly or accurately, or things would go wonky with it. So apparently they did some fixes on the PvP health bars, so maybe that's a little less jankety now. Not that it matters all that much for you to see how much health somebody has, but you know, in PvP it does. I mean, it's important, but it's not like super duper important. You know, them dying is more important than collecting their ear. But I got quite a few years in PvP already. But thing is that you know, being able to see their health bar accurately is important. Let's see here. There's another one here. I'm not really quite sure what this one is. I'm actually kind of curious about this one. So it says they fixed an issue where the Purveyor of Curiosities menu would erroneously display item quality on some of the items. Item quality, I'm assuming, is like the item power. But it says that the item quality that was being showed was not affecting the item that was actually gambled for. I'm not quite sure what they mean for that. Maybe they're talking about the sacred ancestral, you know, like glowy portraits. So you know how like the sacred items have like a glowy gold and the ancestrals have a glowy white portrait. They kind of like a little outline around the box. Maybe they're saying that the Purveyor of Curiosities is not supposed to display that item quality, and perhaps the sacred and ancestral glow is now gone, which could be interesting. So that means that sacred and ancestral glow was never associated with gambling. It was just something not important. Fixed an issue where users couldn't create a clan. No, not that one. Not that one. Actually, this one's kind of funny. It says fixed an issue where the shop would not properly load if a player dies while in checkout. So if you're currently buying an item and then you die, you wouldn't be able to buy the item. It sounds really silly. So like if you're just out and about and you're just like, oh, let me check the shop real quick. And then you're like in the middle of checkout and a monster comes and donks you on the back of the head and then you die during the checkout. And then the shop basically breaks, which is kind of funny. Like, if you guys have not followed the meme of you can't look away for a second, like, the game is literally to the point where you can't interact with the menu, you can't look at an item that you picked up, you can't check your skills, you can't put in a point, you can't pick up your drink and take a sip and put it back down without a monster popping up and smacking you in the back of the butt cheek. Literally just like, you're like, hold on, let me take a sip real quick. And then a monster runs up real quick and he's like, and hits you right in the butt cheek. I mean, literally just like a mace, like a big real, like not like a metal mace, but imagine like a piece of wood with like a bunch of splinters all over it. It looks really evil and it's got like a big knot on the top and he just right in the butt cheek. And it's like every single time. You can't look away from the screen for like a half a second without the happening. And this is just hilarious because basically somebody was in the shop, they tried to buy an item, and then they die during checkout, which just further exasperates you can't look away from the screen for a second. Yes, this is live Wings of Pestilence. Where's the other one in here? There was another one. This one right here is always a wild card. I hate it when they do this. I would like to see what these changes are, and they just throw them all together. They're like various stability, performance, and visual improvements across all platforms. You know how big this is? That could include the blighted corpse explosion. It could include all sorts of problems. Stability and performance could include like 100 different things, and they just conglomerated it all together in one giant doojank and just like threw it in there. So poopies. This one right here is really important. So if you guys have a laptop that for some reason was telling you that you could not play the game because you didn't have the proper video card, this one right here is basically saying that certain dedicated graphics cards on laptops that were not able to play the game before should be able to play the game now. So if you had previously loaded this up on a laptop and you tried to play and the game was like, nah fam, you ain't got the right graphics card, sucker. Like, what do you think you're trying to do? Go buy another laptop. You ain't playing with this old raggedy piece of crap. You know, if that's what happened to you, maybe give it another try, because it looks like the game was having trouble detecting certain dedicated graphics cards on laptops specifically, and it looks like they fixed it. So I don't know if that's going to help you. Maybe you do have an old raggedy laptop, and this isn't going to do anything for you. But if you do happen to have one of those laptops that was just having this issue and it wasn't getting the dedicated graphics detected properly, then give it another try. Let's see here. This one is really important right here. So they massively increased the EXP that you get from completing nightmare dungeons. So this is important here. So this buff right here is significantly increased the experience awarded for completing the nightmare dungeon, because I'm pretty sure that they were upset that everybody was running the dungeon and not killing the boss, which has been happening. Basically, people have been running the dungeons for like speed and avoiding anything that takes them out of their way, like, you know, just doing like the beginning of a dungeon or just doing like things like that. The why say EXP? Because it's literally, the word is experience, which is spelt with an E. Have you ever spelt the word? It literally has an E in it. Ron Weasley, go back to Harry Potter. Significantly increased the experience gained from killing monsters in nightmare dungeons. So not only have they increased the award EXP for completing the dungeon, they also have increased the EXP from killing monsters within the nightmare dungeons. So hopefully they have literally buffed up the nightmare dungeons enough that the killing of the monsters in the nightmare dungeons and the reward for completing the dungeons has made the nightmare dungeons actually superior to regular dungeons. If you guys were unaware of this, the regular dungeons were actually better EXP than the nightmare dungeons. They had completely failed in making the nightmare dungeons better EXP than the regular dungeons. So this is supposedly supposed to fix that issue. HellTide chests now provide substantially more bonus experience when open, so this one's interesting. I didn't even know HellTide's chests gave EXP, and maybe I was just stupid because I wasn't paying attention. But sounds like a good place to level up alts. Then we also have the significantly increased EXP rewarded from individual whispers across the board. And then there was also one where that wasn't giving EXP, so that's interesting. This one right here is pretty cool. I like this one. So Kixarth and the other bosses that spawned during the HellTide apparently didn't really have a lot of quality loot, I guess would be the term. So basically all they're doing here is they kind of like up to the loot, made it so that they drop better stuff. So there's more of a reason to kill them. I like killing Kixarth and the other HellTide bosses anyway, because I could demolish them in like seconds. Kixarth specifically, like whenever Kixarth spawned, I would literally just demolish her in like 10 seconds. Like it really didn't matter. But I don't really know why anybody cared what kind of loot she was dropping, because you could kill her so quickly. But I guess maybe some people had trouble killing her, and then they were like, oh man, I spent all that time killing her, and that's all I got. But for most of us, we just killed her in about 10 seconds. So I guess that's a bonus for us, because we were killing her all the time anyway. But for the people who were avoiding killing her, maybe give her another try, because Kixarth and some of the other bosses that roam the HellTide will now drop higher quality loot. So this is a really big one right here, which is the players can now teleport to Nightmare Dungeon directly through the map. So if you want to speed up your Nightmare Dungeon farming, so instead of having to click on the sigil, right-click on the sigil, and then find it on the map, and then go to the nearest waypoint, and then ride all the way out to the dungeon, and then hop in the dungeon. It looks like they're going to give us the ability to teleport directly to the dungeon when we activate the sigil, which is pretty neat. I'm not really 100% sure I like that change, because it kind of makes it a little bit more like greater rifts from Diablo 3, which I detested. But I guess from a standpoint of trying to make all the dungeons equivalent in EXP, because as it is, if some of them were really far away from a waypoint and some of them were really close to a waypoint, then the ones that were really close to a waypoint had a faster EXP, basically, because you could run that dungeon repeatedly, or you could get to it quicker, so it was less travel time, which meant more time gaining EXP and less time, on your horse, essentially. So it's a decent change. I'm not entirely sure I like it. Weekly bonus caches from one bosses no longer have a level requirement. So this one, I like I said before, it's nice for the lower level characters to be able to open the caches sooner. But since it is based on your character level, if you open it up on a really low level character, you're going to get a bunch of low level junk. So do be aware that the level that you open up the cache is going to have a strong effect on what kind of equipment that you get. So waiting longer to open the cache will actually result in better gear for your character. So, if you do get a bunch of caches on your like level 60 character, you might want to wait until you're around like I think it's 74 for item power, 820. I think that's like the minimum level, so for you to get like an 820 item power item. But if you open up all your caches at around level 74, you'll get better equipment than you will at like level 60 or level 50, etc., etc. This is also an interesting note, but they said it's not going to be in this patch, which is they're currently working on increasing the monster and elite density of endgame content and plan to introduce the change in early season 1. So that is not coming right now, but it is coming. All right, so let's do a recap on the class changes as well. All right, so Barbarian got a pretty hefty buff and Fury Generation buff to basically all of the basic skills. So all of the basic skills got buffed a little bit in damage or also in the Fury Generation. The one that really got the biggest buff was definitely Bash and Flay. So Bash got a Fortify increase, a pretty hefty Fortify increase, which is pretty massive. So if you are relying on Bash to get your Fortify, that's That's a very nice increase. Flay, on the other hand, got a very nice vulnerable chance increase from 10 to 15%. So if you were relying on Flay to generate your vulnerable effect on the monster, then Flay just got a little bit better. So now you have an even higher vulnerable option on the Barbarian. Me personally, I use Kick. Kick is my vulnerable option because it's 4 seconds, and it's guaranteed. Whereas Flay is only a 15% chance now, and it's not guaranteed, right? But at least if that's what you're using to generate your vulnerable, that's a good option. Double Swing got a small buff. Kick got a pretty huge buff. So not only did they reduce the cooldown, and I was just talking about Kick, not only did they reduce the cooldown of Kick, but they also increased the damage from when you knock back the monsters into terrain, which is pretty nice. So that is a pretty huge buff, especially considering you get 2 charges of Kick. So that's 2 charges of Kick that can be utilized every 13 seconds. And Kick is also tied to several other skills. So if you use Leap on your Barbarian, Leap has a passive. It's called the Aspect of Perpetual Stomping. It goes on your boots. And every time you kick, it resets Leap's cooldown. Okay, so decreasing the cooldown of Kick also inadvertently affects Leap, because now it allows you to have more leaps, which is absolutely amazing. And if you're utilizing other abilities, like for instance the aspect that gives you the earthquakes when you leap, or the aspects that that gives you the earthquakes when you ground stomp, and the other things like that, you basically have this is a huge buff, because it basically allows you to reset Leap more often and allows you to use those earthquakes more often, which allows you to obviously get more just of everything. That's a pretty big buff for Kick and also for Leap. It's really nice. Also, Leap got a huge bonus in its slow increase, which while in PvE is not really going to have much of an effect, but Leap, that 70% slow is massive for PvP. I'm not really sure what they were thinking with this one, because a 70% slow in PvP is like absolutely nuts. I mean, granted, the person can just tag their unstoppable and run away if they have their unstoppable ready, but let's look at this logically from a PvP point of view, right? I can kick a monster, reset the Leap cooldown, leap on you for 70%, right? You tag your unstoppable ability, I chase you, kick another monster, reset the Leap, jump on you for a 70%. Unless you have 100% uptime on your unstoppable effect, I am going to be able to Leap spam you into oblivion with a 70% slow, and you are not going to be able to stop me from killing you. 70% slow is slow enough that I can literally like run around you in circles. Like, that's how slow that is. I mean, we're talking about like a character that's basically crawling away from you at that point. So if you don't have an unstoppable modifier, and multiple of them, by the way, this is going to be nuts in PvP. It's basically going to allow the Barbarian to just lock down characters from being able to run away. Now, granted, this doesn't mean anything if the person turns around and pimp slaps you. So if he's strong enough to pimp slap you, then he doesn't care about running away. So that's a whole nother thing. But if a person is deliberately trying to run away from you, Leap is going to be absolutely imperative to basically preventing that person from getting away from you. Iron Skin got a really nice buff, which was the 10 to 20% maximum life. I was actually pretty impressed with that. Why does my mustache keep going in my nostril? I was like, why is my nose tickling? And there's like a one mustache hair like going up my nose. It's not a pleasant experience. It is not a pleasant experience. Enhanced, this is actually pretty nice. So Iron Skin was already kind of a good ability. I think it's a very nice ability. But having that in maximum life increased from 10 to 20 is pretty big, especially since Barbarians can stack life really easily. They have a lot of ways that they can stack life. And it's nice. The attack speed bonus from Call of Agents was increased. That was a decent little change. Iron Maelstrom saw, I think, the biggest buff on the Barbarian out of like a lot of the skills. Not only did they reduce the cooldown by 15 seconds, not only did they increase the critical strike damage from 20 to 40, which is a small buff, but they increased the critical strike chance massively from 10% to 30. That is a 20% crit chance buff on that skill. That's massive. My Bone Storm on the Necromancer only increases my crit by 20. So Iron Maelstrom now increases your crit by 30%, which is a 20% buff over its original 10%, which is pretty massive if you think about it. Like if I have, say if I have 50% crit on my character already, then that is 50 plus 30, which is 80% crit. So now I'm sitting at 80% crit chance, which is nuts. Iron Maelstrom, I think was an underperformer, but after this, it might be an overperformer. Bounding Slam got a huge buff from 75 to 112. Then they modified a lot of the base power on these, and as I told you guys before, make sure that you're paying attention to whether these are in the codex, because believe it or not, the codex entries for the base power damage skills are actually a lot higher depending on your level. So if you are a level 100 character and your base damage effect is in the codex, I strongly recommend that you use the codex entry over the items, because the items are actually less powerful than the codex entries because of how the item power scales with the damage amount. Because at level 100, you are actually a lot higher than an 820 item base. However, in the event that you're using one of these base damage effects and you do not have a codex entry, you're going to have to find an 820 version. And then you need to upgrade the 820 version to its full capacity, so plus 25. Then extract the aspect after you've upgraded it to its full version, and then you will have the highest damage output that you can get from that particular non-codex entry. But they did increase the damage from Bulkathos, which is the Earthquake one, which is very nice. Which, by the way, let's just go back again, right? So, Kick, buffed. Leap, buffed. Kick affects leap. Double buff to leap, right? And then Bulkathos is also, I'm pretty sure, I think Bulkathos is the one, or either Earthquake is the one, either one of these, is also the one that provides the Earthquake when you leap. So Kick and Leap got huge buffs in this patch on the freaking Barbarian. So if you haven't played around with Kick and Leap, might be the time to play around with it, because it looks like they've gotten insane buffs, not only to the Kick, not only to the Leap, but also to the aspects that affect Leap. The little Dust Devils got a buff. The Dust Devils are those little ones that, like, it's little tornadoes that, like, come out when you, like, whirlwind and stuff. And, like, I think there's one that comes out when you use double swing. There's a couple of them. I'm not really sure that they're really all that great damage, or really even something that you want to add into a build, but it's nice that they got buffed a little bit. All of the Dust Devils got buffed. So every single one of the Dust Devils, Dust Devil, Dust Devil, Dust Devil. So all of them got a little bit of a buff. And then two of the unique items, so Overkill and Hellhammer, the uniques got buffed up. So if you're using Overkill or Hellhammer on any of your builds, it looks like you got a little bit of a buff there. Let's move on to recapping the Drodad. So the Druid got buffs across the board on all of the basic skills. So every single basic skill got buffs, and they're mainly just revolving around spirit generation, small buffs to the damage. But for some reason or another, Earth Spike got a Fortify increase, which seems kind of weird, especially considering the Druid is probably one of the easiest characters within the game to generate Fortify on. I'm not even really sure why the hell they need more Fortify. I said this before, but, like, is any Earth Spike Druid... Does any Earth Spike Druid really ever have any trouble generating Fortify? Was that even, like, a thing? Was that even a thing? Just curious, because I don't remember having an issue generating Fortify on my Earth Druid. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Maybe you could utilize this on other characters, though. Maybe characters that builds that do have a harder time with Fortify could get some good use out of this. The claw changes are interesting. So Fierce Claw base damage was increased. The Wild Claw double attack chance was increased. The Spirit generation was increased. The base damage was increased. I mean, they increased Claw across the board. Now, this one's a little odd to me because there's a couple unique items that affect Claw in various ways. One of them is the Old Crone's Staff. which I believe is for Diablo 4. Let me see if I can find an image of that real quick, because the old crone staff is kind of like insane. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the builds that revolve around the old crone staff, but let's see if I can find an image of it real quick. Yeah, Great Staff of the Crone. Here it is right here. So this is the Great Staff of the Crone. And it has the legendary effect, which is Claw is now a Storm skill and also casts Storm Strike, right? So Storm Strike is the one of the other druid skills, which is pretty amazing, right? And if you grab I'm trying to think, isn't it the helmet? You can also turn basic storm skills into werewolf skills and blah blah blah. But Claw was already kind of really powerful. Like, I'm not exactly sure that Claw needed buffs, to be honest. It with that staff of the old crone, like, it was already like ridiculous, and so now it's even more ridiculous. So if you guys were thinking about doing a druid Claw build with the staff of the old crone, looks like your build got even better. So, yeah. It's Maul got significant buffs as well as some fortify increases. And we also got this strange kind of like a buff to Lightning Storm. So it's kind of seems weird, but Lightning Storm was the duration is increased from 4 to 6 seconds, which is interesting. And this one doesn't seem like much of a buff, but I think it's a lot bigger than it seems. So a lot of the storm skills revolve around making the monster immobilized. And when the monster is immobilized, you get effects like free lightning attacks, like lightning explosions, like all sorts of other things. So immobilizing the targets is very important to the way that the storm druid works, because it just offers you like a whole lot of additional effects. Like they just, like, if you look through the passives on the druid, there's tons of little things that affect like the overall damage output by, like, every time you immobilize, or every time a monster's vulnerable, or every time this that. It's like a constant like string of like, if this then that, if here then go there, like if lightning hits that, then lightning comes out of their arsehole, like so having the immobilized chance increased from 8 to 12% means just more lightning strikes that are constantly going to be coming down. And then on top of that, they increase the duration as well, which probably is also going to make more lightning strikes come down. So the lightning storm gets even thicker with more lightning, basically. Shred, which is one of the really nice werewolf skills, has gotten considerable buffs. So it went from 60 to 70, which is pretty crazy. The enhanced shred healing went from 1% to 2% maximum life, which is pretty nuts. I actually really like that, because sustain is very important for melee characters, because you're constantly in there getting beat on. So having some way to maintain your HP is very nice, so having that get buffed is decent for the werewolf druids. They also increased the Raging Shred's base damage from 51 to 71%, and then the critical strike damage was increased from 20 to 30. Overall, pretty big buffs to Shred, so if you are a Shred werewolf, it looks like Shred has considerably improved, not only in damage, but also sustain. The sustain has also increased significantly. The wolves got a pretty ridiculous buff, so not only did they reduce the cooldown from 14 to 11, but they also increased the lucky hit chance from 10% to 40, which is a pretty massive increase. I mean, you're I know it doesn't really work out this way, like, like as you're actually playing the game, but if you just worked it out to like, how many times out of 10 times would I succeed, right? Well, how many times out of 10 would I succeed as a 10% chance? It's basically 1 time out of 10, right? But how many times would I succeed out of 10 out of 100 out of 10 times out of, with a 40% chance, right? It would be 4 times. So they've increased the percentage chance that your lucky hit is going to succeed from this ability by basically 4 times the amount that it was before. Hurricane got a base damage increase, so for those of you who are using Hurricane, that's a pretty big buff. About a 35-ish% increase in damage output. The base poisoning damage on rabies went up considerably from 53 to 76%. And Cataclysm, that's the ultimate, went up from 52 to 64%. I'm not exactly sure that that's really going to matter, though, because of what I used of Cataclysm, it just kind of felt like it was way too random, and like it did, like half the time, like it wouldn't hit the target on the screen I was trying to hit. Like the tornadoes are just going every which way, and like I don't know. I mean, yeah, increasing the damage is nice, but like I think the main problem with Cataclysm is it's just really random. Like, it's really, really random. It kind of reminds me of the Diablo 2 Tornado Druid, which is where you had to literally, like, stand, like, this close to the monster to make sure that your tornadoes were actually hitting the monster. Because if you didn't stand this close to the monster, like, you were just going to get your freaking, like, the tornado would just, like, go around them. It was silly. So Lacerate got a buff from 400 to 600 at 460%. I didn't really care for Lacerate myself. I actually play a Werewolf Druid, and I don't use Lacerate. So, yeah. Petrify got a critical strike damage bonus increase. It's only 5%. It's not, like, massive or anything, but it's there. Pummel got an increase of 40% damage, which was interesting. The Bestial Rampage, I believe that's one of the passives. Yeah, passives. Got an attack speed increase and a damage bonus increase. So if you were using the Bestial Rage passive, that's pretty nice. The Nature's Fury, which, remember when I was talking earlier about the Lightning Storm having the Immobilize increase, and that Immobilize increase would equate to more lightning being, constantly coming down and hitting the targets. Well, down here you can clearly see that Nature's Fury got a free spell increase from 20 to 30%. So not only did they increase the Immobilize chance, which increases the percent, the chance that you're actually going to get the free spells, but they also took the Nature's Fury ability and increased the chance to cast the free spell. So I can see it kind of like a theme across the board here, which is basically that they're trying to make sure that the Storm Druid is casting even more lightning and even more spells, and it's just kind of like a thing. Like there's like an increase in the total number of free spells that you're getting. Lupine Ferocity damage bonus was increased from 60 to 70. Runeworker's Conduit, trying to think here if there's another like really good one in here. I mean, they did some flat damage increases there. They did a cooldown reduction on... They actually nerfed Seismic Shift, so if you were using that, it looks like they actually got you down by about 0.5 seconds. So at your best, it was 1.5, and at your best now, it's 1. So not a huge debuff of 0.5 seconds, but it might come into play like if you were relying on that particular aspect to get you what you were looking for. This one's also interesting right here. So Blurred Beast is more than what it seems. So I know it just says damage increase from 60 to 90 to 70 to 100. All right, so it's only a 10% increase at maximum. However, Blurred Beast is an aspect that allows you to take the poisoning damage that's on a target and solidify it. So what does it mean by solidify the damage? So basically what it means is like if I have like 1,000 poison damage on you and you're slowly ticking away, I can hit you with this, cause that poison damage to be instantaneous, right? And then dish out more damage that way. So as a poison damage character, if you are a poison damage werewolf or poison damage druid in general, and you're using the aspect of the Blurred Beast, this is going to give you a significant bump in your ability to solidify your poison damage, which is more powerful than it seems. Cooldown decrease from 2.5 to 1.5 to 2.1 seconds. No, so you see, because the aspect is decreasing the cooldown. So if the cooldown is 10 seconds and you're decreasing it by 1.5, then you're going down by 1.5. So the cooldown is no longer 10 seconds. Now it's 8.5. They decreased the cooldown reduction from 2 to 1 to from 1.5 to 1. So instead of bringing you down to 8.5, it's now going to bring you down to 9. So it's technically a debuff, but only a very small one. It's only a 0.5 second decrease in the cooldown reduction. Unless, of course, it's the other way around, which I'm not... Maybe I got it wrong, and maybe it is a buff, but I think that's pretty much it for the druid. Let's move on to the necromancer. Let's recap these real quick. So the Necromancer, of course, like everybody else, got some pretty huge buffs across the board on all of the passive, like basic abilities, the ones that generate your skills. So generate your essence. Most of them are just like damage increases, maybe a little bit of essence increase here or there. But most of them actually give you more than that. So basically what we got here is some of them are giving you increases to your corpse generation. So Reap has a reduction in the number of seconds between corpse generation from 5 to 4. So you can generate one corpse every 4 seconds instead of one corpse every 5 seconds. That's a pretty big buff. But Decompose got an even bigger buff, which allows it to create one corpse every 2 seconds instead of 2.5 seconds. And you might be wondering why that's a bigger buff. And it's because of the aspect that allows Decompose to spawn multiple corpses under multiple monsters, as long as you're using it to affect multiple monsters. So if you're using Decompose and you can hit 3 targets, for instance, it'll spawn 3 corpses under all 3 targets, or 1 corpse under all 3 targets. So basically, you're getting even more corpses with Decompose because of that chaining ability that allows you to spawn multiple corpses under multiple monsters. And they reduce the amount of time it takes for those corpses to spawn. So you're going to end up with a hell of a lot more corpses with Decompose now than it was before. They also increased the essence regeneration too, which was nice, and the damage. The damage increases and the essence regeneration are certainly nice, but some of these like more specific changes seem to be more important. Reap, where's not Reap, Sever. Sever didn't really get much of a buff to its base damage, but it did get a pretty significant bump to its return damage. So basically how Sever works is you send out this kind of like minion ghosty looking thing, and then he comes back. So if you're using the enhanced Sever, which causes him to dish out damage as he returns, then that one got a significant bump from 25 to 40% on the return, which is not bad. This one seems like a pretty big buff to me. I'm not entirely sure, but I think this one's a big buff. So it went from 8 to 6 casts on the requirement for the guaranteed overpower. So basically, you only have to cast 6 times before your next ability will be a guaranteed overpower, which guaranteed overpowers hit like Mack trucks. This particular like build type is present in a lot of characters, so there's a couple different builds. Like the druid has one that guarantees overpower, the barbarian has one that guarantees overpower, and of course the necromancer has this one that guarantees overpower. But not requiring 8 casts is definitely a hell of a lot better. So a 2 cast decrease might not seem like a lot, but that just means a lot more overpowers over the course of, you know, like a dungeon, like a lot more. Bone Prison got an interesting buff of a cooldown reduction and a Fortify increase, which is pretty nice. If you were utilizing Bone Prison for the Fortify, not only did you get are you getting a higher percentage of Fortify every time you cast it, but it also has a 2-second lower cooldown, which means you're going to get your Fortify more often. One thing I'll remind you of, though, with Fortify is that it degrades really fast. So if you're only relying on Bone Prison for your Fortify, what's going to happen is you're going to get that 8% bump, and then you're going to wait 18 seconds, and you're going to try and get that 8% bump again. But before your second 8% bump goes off, it's going to start degrading. So it helps to have 2 sources of Fortify at all times. That way they're constantly interchanging, so you don't have to worry about the degradation. Iron Maiden got some interesting damage increases. Blight, the Corpse Tendrils got that orb thing. I'm not really sure about that. I guess I would think that a Blood Necromancer would probably have no issues with generating Blood Orbs, because it seems like just about every ability that the Blood Necromancer has can make Blood Orbs. But I guess if you're not a Blood Orb Necromancer and you just want to have, or the Blood Necromancer, if you're not the Blood Necromancer and you just want to have additional Blood Orbs, I mean, it's interesting. I usually go with the slow on the Corpse Tendrils, though, because the slow allows me to apply crowd control to everything within range, which allows me to get the crowd control bonus, you know, on my equipment. So if I have, you know, damage for crowd control and damage versus slowed, you get a better, I think you get a better effect out of it than the Blood Orbs. I don't think most people use... slow is the tier 2 effect. vulnerable is the last option, but I also use a vulnerable one too. So like I don't really usually use the blood orb one. I usually use the vulnerable and the slow, which is I think better. So they're gonna have to buff that by a lot if they want people to utilize the blood orb one. It just seems like the really bad choice comparatively. Um, where was the other one? This was really big. So this one is, I don't know why this one is so big. Minions will now always engage targets with a cast curse. So if you curse a monster at any time, so if you cast a curse on a monster, the minions will now engage that cursed monster before they engage a non-cursed monster, which is interesting because it could potentially allow the necromancer to kind of like, you know, like have like a go get him button, you know, like get that guy right there. But it would require you to kind of like micromanage who's being cursed and where they're being cursed. Definitely does make things a little bit more interesting because, you know, like if you have a whole group of monsters and you would prefer your minions to attack like this one elite over here, you could maybe try and maneuver your curse so that he's the only one that get cursed, and then the whole army might run over and start beating the crap out of him and kill him first. And priority targets inside of fights is often very important. Like if you can't, even in Diablo 2, if you can't guarantee that like the dangerous monster dies quickly, then you end up in some, you know, like spreading the damage out to everything across the battlefield. So it's interesting from a standpoint that it might allow the necromancer the ability to focus his damage a little bit more tightly onto specific monsters. But the problem with this is that the curses have kind of like, they're not really big, and they're not really very small either. So it might be a little bit difficult to pinpoint one monster, if that's what you're trying to do. So it's going to take some practice. The curse options are Iron Maiden and Decrepify. We got a decrease in the cooldown there. This one's kind of interesting, but keeping your character healthy in this game is a whole chore. Healthy is 85% or higher, and as soon as you fall below 85% or higher, you are immediately no longer healthy, and then you have to wait another 12 seconds for this to have an effect. I'm not entirely sure that 12 seconds is an acceptable time period, considering that you literally can't stand still in this game, and you literally get hit all the time by everything. Like, I mean, half the time, even the explosion effects from a dead monster that is literally not even alive anymore. He's a dead corpse. He's a corpse that's dead, that's on the floor exploding. Somehow the exploding effect literally targets you. Like, the dead guy is like, he's got like an explodey gun, and he's like, oh, there you are. And I'm just like, and I move over there, and he's like, nope, you're over there. And then I move over there, and the explosion follows me. Like, so like half the time you can't stay healthy for 12 seconds anyway. So I'm not really entirely sure. Like, it really kind of depends on how far back you're standing and stuff like that. But it is sometimes a little difficult to maintain that 85%. So I'm not really sure if that's even going to be useful, but we'll see. Spiked Armor, which is the passive, got a pretty nice buff for Thorns. So if you are a Thorns Necromancer, there is a pretty nice buff for Thorns for you. So not bad at all. The Flesh Rending legendary aspect got an Essence increase. And then the Bursting Bone flat damage got a flat damage increase. Again, though, if it's in the Codex and you're a high level, you might want to just use the Codex entry. The Fast Blood got the ultimate cooldown reduction increased, so a little bit of a cooldown there from Fast Blood. And that's pretty much it for the Necromancer. I mean, honestly, the buffs are across the board so far, so it's kind of impressive. There's a lot of buffs. As the developer said in the campfire meeting, he said, "Bring on the buffs." He goes, "Patch 1.3 is the buffs. Bring on the buffs." So we got a lot of buffs to various things. Rogue. So Rogue got damage increases across the board on her basic skills. Nothing too ridiculous there, though. It's pretty much just damage bumps. So unlike all the other classes that got some sort of other subsequent increase to the basic skills like Fortify or additional corpses or, so like vulnerability increase like on the Barbarian, there was a bunch of changes that were more than just damage output. The the rogue doesn't really have anything other than damage increases. So it seems like, I mean, they're nice damage increases, don't get me wrong. All the basic skills got a little bit of a bump here or there, even if it was only 1%. But it's still just damage increases. No functional like increases, no essence cost or energy generation increases. I guess they decided that the rogue didn't need as many buffs as all the other classes. Forceful Arrow, Heartseeker, where's it? Barrage. Barrage got a small damage bump of 2%. This was a pretty big buff for Caltrops. Caltrops got its chill increased from 20 to 25%, which means that it no longer takes 5 hits to freeze an enemy. It only takes 4 hits to freeze an enemy. So if you were using Caltrops to obtain a freezing effect, Caltrops now freezes enemies much quicker than it did before by 1 additional hit. One hit faster than it did before, essentially. And of course, you can cast Caltrops multiple times, so you will be able to freeze targets much easier with Caltrops now. Smoke Grenade got that cooldown reduction of 2 seconds, which isn't bad. Rain of Arrows got a pretty big buff across the board. Not only did it get the 5-second decrease in its timer, which was needed, very needed. Prime Rain Arrows imbuement potency was increased from 20% to 30%. Now, this is really big because the Word of a Khan unique amulet definitely does offer some pretty crazy effects for Rain of Arrows because it will apply all of your imbuements with the passive effects on Rain of Arrows when you fire it. So if you're utilizing, say, all 3 imbuements and you have all the passives and you fire Rain of Arrows, it's pretty massive damage since you're getting 3 imbuements with all of the passives. So a 10% bump to the imbuement potency is actually a lot, considering that it literally can have 3 imbuements on it and all the passives to boot. Probably bumped up the damage of Rain of Arrows quite considerably, as long as you are using the Word of a Khan amulet, which adds all the imbuements to the Rain of Arrows when you fire it. The close quarters combat damage buff was kind of crazy, 20 to 30%. The close quarters combat is for the melee rogues, obviously, but a 10% damage bump is pretty high for the melee rogues. I think the melee rogues were already doing just fine without that, but that's definitely something you're going to look at for the melee rogue, because I'm pretty sure that melee rogues usually use daggers, which have close quarters combat on them, and then the damage bonus from close quarters combat going up by 10% is going to help out as well. A pretty huge buff to the cooldown on Escape Artist. I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't know that one does, but a decrease of 55 seconds from 100 down to 45 seconds seems like a pretty massive buff to that particular legendary aspect. So I'm not exactly 100% sure about that one, but that does seem like a pretty massive buff to me. I don't really know what that one does. I haven't played around on the rogue all that much. I got a couple rogues, but not. I'm still working on it. Dark Shroud increased, nice little buff there, and then the Death Trap cooldown on the Eyes in the Dark pants. I'm not really sure that's really going to make Eyes in the Dark viable. I did a unique item video on Eyes in the Dark earlier, and honestly, my personal opinion on Eyes in the Dark is basically it's not worth it. Unfortunately, like it. So what Eyes in the Dark does is it resets your Death Trap repeatedly as long as it doesn't kill a monster. But players and bosses don't count. Okay, so no players, no bosses. But if it kills any monster whatsoever, including a little baby spider or like a little baby maggot, like any monster at all, the effect stops. And it just doesn't seem worth it. I tested it out a couple times and I couldn't really get it to reliably continually rearm. It just didn't really seem like that was at all amazing. Now, The only thing that I can say about it is that because of the passive that allows Death Trap to reduce its cooldown as long as it kills an enemy, the one thing that it does do is it guarantees that your Death Trap kills an enemy, which guarantees that you get the cooldown reduction, but it also increases the cooldown in the process, which kind of counters the guarantee that you get the cooldown reduction. So it seems like a wash, like overall. I don't personally think that Eyes in the Dark is currently worth using, and they didn't even really buff it. So that's the funny thing. So it says that they buffed it here, and they buffed it from 30 to 15, right? But the bottom end, which is the good one number that you want, the 15% is the good number you want, is the same on the buffed version. So the only thing they did was they reduced the penalty for having a crappy version of Eyes in the Dark, but they didn't increase the perfect version of Eyes in the Dark. Yeah, okay. So, moving on to the Sorceress. Let's do a recap on the Sorceress as well. So Spark got quite an interesting number of changes. Not only did it get damage increases in both the base damage and the enhanced Spark, but also the Flickering Spark got a chance increase from 3 to 4, which I think, if I remember correctly, is the chance to spawn crackling energies. I think that's what that was. Frostbolt got a base damage increase. Not a really big one, but it's like 3%. Firebolt got a burning damage increase of 4%, which is interesting. Firebolt is actually a pretty good one because it pierces. It was my personal favorite while I was playing the Fire Sorceress because it pierces through, it hits multiple targets. You can literally like hit like freaking 10, 20 monsters with it if you want to. Like as far as abilities go, it seems like one of the better base skills alongside Arc Lash, which is pretty good too. If you're a Fire Sorceress, I would recommend using Firebolt because it's actually pretty good. Charge Bolt got a nice little buff there of 2%. Incinerate got a bunch of buffs, and people probably still aren't going to use it because it still makes you stand still. And honestly, like, making you stand still is terrible. Like, I don't know what they expect people to do with this skill. Like, unless it's like one-shotting monsters, I don't know a lot of people that are actually going to sit there and stand still and use Incinerate and, like, you know, potentially die while you're using the ability. But it did get considerable amounts of buffs. So maybe if you wanted to make an Incinerate Sorceress, well, there you go. But I'm not really sure a lot of people are probably going to use Incinerate. Fireball got a pretty decent mana cost decrease, so if you were using that to solidify your fire damage, there you go. Frozen Orb got considerable buffs. Not only did it get the damage increase, the base damage increase of the explosion, it also got a vulnerable chance increase, which was pretty massive. So that one is not bad either. So if you were using Greater Frozen Orb to try and get vulnerable, it's an interesting thing. Blizzard got a base damage increase. The base damage of Blizzard apparently needed buffing. I talked about this earlier, though, that like the Blizzard Sorceresses with the aspect, by the way, are like one of the highest damage characters in the game right now. It can like literally annihilate Lilith in about like 10 seconds. But they just got a little bit stronger, so interesting. Ice Blades got a increase in its chance to apply vulnerability, which is not bad, from 30 to 40%. So if you were using Ice Blades to get your vulnerable, it's not bad. Lightning Spear got a huge bonus increase of 60%. So if you're summoning lightning spears, if you're utilizing that in your build, and you got all the little free lightning spears going all around you everywhere, you know, that's a pretty decent buff to lightning spear, so that should help you out. Crackling energies, which are the little orbs that you collect constantly as a lightning sorceress. So if you are a lightning sorceress, you're probably generating crackling energies all the time, and you're collecting them, and as you collect them, they shock everything around you like you're some sort of big giant Tesla coil. The 5% buff might not seem like a lot, but since you're always collecting the crackling energies and it's always active, and even if you grab I think there's a capstone that increases like the number of times that crackling energies will affect targets. So like in general, like it might be a much bigger buff than it seems because it's constantly going off. It's not like it's a one-off ability. If you are a crackling energy sorceress, you're constantly shooting crackling energies off like on a regular basis. It's just something that you do. Freezing Wake got a pretty big buff from 60 to 110. And then on top of that, we've also got the legendary aspect changes. So abundant energy got a chance to hit additional enemies, was increased by 10%. The singed extremities slow amount was increased. I'm not really sure that's going to be very helpful for PvE, but it could be very helpful for PvP, which could be interesting. The chance to restore mana from the incendiary aspect went up from 5 to 10% to 12 to 17, so it could be a little bit more effective for mana regeneration, but not really sure if it's still going to get used. Pretty big damage reduction buff on snow guards of 10%. The concentration mana regeneration got a pretty big buff from 20 to 30% mana regeneration. 30% mana regeneration, I can already tell you, is pretty massive. I use an aspect on my Necromancer called the Band of Torment that has 30% regeneration on it, and it is really nice. It is very nice. I enjoy having that regeneration massively. It's every time it triggers, I'm like, ooh, ooh, and I watch my freaking essence go like, it's great. Flamescar got a flat damage increase, and the Staff of Lamasem actually got the damage reduction reduced from 40 to 30 to 35 to 25%. It's a little bit of a nerf there of 5%. Overall, pretty much a lot of buffs, a lot of nice changes, a lot of good things with this particular patch. I'm actually pretty impressed. Not really a whole lot that we can go in and just like test out, you know, and like play with. But the Barbarian kick changes I'd actually like to play with. So I actually want to go do that real quick. So let's hop into the game. I know I've been talking for a really long time, but let's actually hop into the game and let's see what the hell's going on and play around with some of these changes, shall we? Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Alright, so first thing I want to do is test out these kick changes. I'm actually kind of excited about these kick changes. My basic barb, this is my basic barb, is actually based around kick. I'm actually using the build that they buffed, which is the kick resets the leap cooldown, which causes the earthquake, which kicks again, which resets the leap cooldown, which causes the earthquake, which ground stomp, and then that resets the cooldown of leap, and then that, you know, it's basically the aspect of perpetual stomping here, which if you haven't seen, there's a couple aspects that are involved in this build, but basically it's damaging an enemy with kick or ground stomp resets leap cooldown, okay? Then you also have the aspect of Bulkathos, which is leap creates an earthquake whenever, you know, you leap. And that gives you a 5% increased damage reduction when you're standing inside the leap. It's up to 15%. I got a crappy one. And then on top of that, you also have the... where is it? Ground Stomp one. I think I got two of these. Ground Stomp creates an earthquake, damaging enemies, you know, blah, 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 for physical damage for 4 seconds. And you deal increased damage while you're standing within the earthquake, right? So what they did was they reduced the cooldown of kick tremendously. They increased the slow on leap from 60% to 70%, which is actually kind of massive. Let me take a look at that. I actually don't grab that, but I might actually grab that now. 70% slow is kind of ridiculous. I might have to pull a point from somewhere and just like throw that in there because I do like that. I do like it. I do like. We're gonna pull 1 point out of ground stomp, and I'm gonna throw that into the mighty leap with the 70% slow. We're gonna go play around with that real quick. I just kind of want to see how it works. So you actually have to follow a rotation though, and so if you don't do it correctly, you don't really get the best effect out of this. But it does seem like they buffed it up considerably. So, by the way, I'm only level 62 in this. I'm in World Tier 4, so don't judge me too harshly. So basically what we're going to do here is we're going to leap on the target, which is going to create an earthquake. Then you kick to reset the cooldown, right? Then you get another leap, which gives you another ground stomp. Then you kick again, which resets the leap again. Then you leap again, which resets the leap. Then you kick, and then you leap, and then you ground stomp, and then you leap, and then you kick, and then you leap. And basically you just constantly have leap up like all the time. And so you're just constantly getting these earthquakes on a regular basis, which is pretty cool. Honestly, the decrease in the cooldown of kick, combined with the increase in the slow, combined with everything else, kind of makes it a little OP, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's basically always up now, so you can just basically keep leap up perpetually. Literally, the aspect of perpetual stomping. Like, it's literally the perpetual stomping aspect, definitely now, because you can just constantly keep it up. You can just spam it over and over again. Like, I can literally leap, like, multiple times within a certain time period. Like, kick is already back up, and leap is on cooldown, but at any point, I can just simply kick and get leap back up, or I can ground stop and get leap back up. So I'm constantly leaping in between targets. Leap, ground stomp, leap, ground stomp, kick, leap. That's actually pretty nice. I'm kind of impressed with that. They also did what was the other one they did? Iron Maelstrom. So Iron Maelstrom got a pretty big buff. Let's play around with that. So to really get the best effect out of Iron Maelstrom, you want to have like 1,000,000 monsters around you. So let's go get 1,000,000 monsters and like build them up on us. See if we can like really stack them up as deep as we can. Let's see if we can get like 2 packs. There's a bunch of flies. That's not really like a lot, but that's not bad. That's not bad. And the cooldown is much lower now, which is decent. So you stop blinding me. Get your butt out of here. Man, this feels like smooth though. The cooldown reduction they did makes it so that I can really leap in between targets as much as I want now. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I like it. Kick you right in the face. How about that? I like kicking the really big monsters. Makes me feel like a man. What's up, buddy? I hear you like getting kicked in the face. I hear you like getting stomped on. I hear you like getting smashed. That's right, die. Ain't got time for you. Ain't got time. Ain't got time, ain't got time, ain't got time, ain't got time. Ain't got time for none of your crap. Ain't got time, ain't got time, ain't got time, ain't got time. Ain't got time for none of your crap. Get over here. Get over here. Pew, 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 pew. Alright, let's go test out another character real quick. I want to check out the changes to Shred. So Shred seemed like it got a significant buff, and I do have a crit wolf that uses Shred. They also buffed the aspect of the Blurred Beast, which is rather interesting. So I want to check out the aspect of the Blurred Beast and see how well that one works. Let's see her. All right, where do we want to go to test this out? Let's just go outside of town and start murdering stuff. I'm in World Tier 3. Hold on, that's not good. Let's go to World Tier 4. We need World Tier 4 for accurate testing. We need the World Tier 4. The 4 of the world. I forgot to take my vitamins today. Don't forget to take your vitamins. Don't forget to take your vitamins. I gotta use the brain support so I can have the big brain. I need the big brain. I'm trying to enhance the size of my brain.
cannot do that here.
I mean, don't sub because I want you to. Joy's asking you guys to sub, and he's trying to convince you that that I have good content. And most people would say, you know, hey, sub to me, do me a favor. No, do yourself a favor and sub to me. I know that sounds cocky, but I put out good content. I put out stuff that is helpful, useful, tools, all sorts of good information that's going to help you become a better player. Teach you the mechanics of the game, help you actually understand how your characters work, and also tons and tons of live streams that you guys can watch as I learn content, and you can learn right alongside with me. And quite honestly, you're doing yourself a favor by subscribing. You really are. Because the number of videos and the content, the tutorials and the things that I put out are going to help you immensely become a better player at the game. Not because I'm like the most amazing player in the world, but because I'm on a mission to constantly, continually learn. I never stop learning. I'm never going to say that I know everything about the game, but I am also going to never stop learning. And if you watch my live streams, if you hang out with me, you're going to constantly learn too, because I'm learning, and you're going to learn, and we're going to learn together. Alright, so Shred has been buffed. So let's play around with Shred, and let's see how good this is. So it's going to be difficult to kind of test this out, so we're going to have to play around with it a little bit. But basically, the aspect of the Blurred Beast applies your nearby, the poison damage directly to them. So you have to apply the poison first and then hit them with it. They also beefed up Shred by quite a bit. Okay, so Shred got a huge amount of buffs to its like base damage and its poisoning damage and all that other stuff, as well as the heal, which is actually pretty nice. So Shred has this little heal on it, which is Shred gains 30% attack speed and heals for 2%. So it went from 1% to 2%. So the sustain should be better as well. I feel like to really test this out, we're going to have to go to a dungeon. I think we're going to have to go to a dungeon to test this out. So let's, trying to think what tier we should do. Those are sacred sigils. We're going to, you know what, let's do a base 20, because I am only level 63. And it's not, I'm not exactly like perfectly geared or anything, but let's check and let's see how much damage we can get out of this. So let me go deconstruct these sigils, and I'll craft a base 20, and we'll go in and we'll see how good we can do against like level 73, level 75 monsters. Let me go ahead and deconstruct these. Then we're going to pull up an Ancestral, 21 to 25. And we got Lightning Gathers above the player, which I can't stand. And Primary Resource Drain. Ugh, okay, you can go right into the garbage. Don't be afraid to destroy them sigils when they are absolutely just like the worst things you've ever seen in your life. Like, they're not that important that you need to hold on to one that's like literally a volcanus under your anus. Like, you don't need to hold on to those. Like, do yourself a favor and just destroy them immediately and move on with your life. That one is not horrible. It doesn't have the other issues that some of these other ones do. That one's pretty good. We'll run that one. So let's go ahead and run this one. Like, there's a couple modifiers that literally I cannot stand on the Nightmare Sigils, and I'm sure you guys are the same way, that as soon as you get one of them, you're just like, no, I'm not running that. Primary Resource Drain, which is basically mana burn from Diablo 2. Oh my god, it's awful. If you have never played a Primary Resource Drain dungeon, do yourself a favor, don't. Just don't, okay? Just, if you see Primary Resource Drain at the bottom of the thing, just destroy it immediately. It is a terrible affix, and you will basically go into every fight with no essence, no energy, no fury, no nothing. It'll just be constantly empty, and you won't know why. You won't be able to fix it. You will just be constantly just empty of all resource. It's terrible. What if you don't use resource for your build? Then you still don't want it, because you should be, if you're not using resource for your build, you should be using the modifiers that increase your damage based on your available resource. And if your resource is constantly gone, then you're going to notice a considerable damage loss. Yes, they buffed the Nightmare EXP, and they also buffed the Nightmare Sigil Completion EXP. The backstabbing one isn't too bad as long as you're not running away, but yeah, it does smack pretty hard if you turn around at the wrong moment. It's kind of nasty. Honestly, a 2% damage buff wasn't really the focus of the basic buffs. Most of the good basic skill buffs came in the form of things like additional fortify, additional corpse generation, additional essence cost generation, or energy generation, or spirit generation. Like, it seemed like for the most part they were not necessarily focusing on making the basic skills do more damage as much as they were focusing on making the basic skills better utility, so that people were more interested in utilizing them. Like, for instance, Flay on the Barbarian got a nice 5% buff to its vulnerable chance, which I think a lot of Barbarians at this point are utilizing Flay for its ability to generate the vulnerable chance, which is definitely very nice. Oh, these guys are level 76. I'm getting my butt kicked already. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Don't die on me now. Don't die on me now, Ricky Bobby. Why is there 6 damage reduction guys in here? Will you die, damage reduction boys? Thank you. I couldn't do any damage because there was literally like 3 different damage reduction boys in there. How do I poison a wooden door? That's totally a thing. You can poison a wooden door. I mean, I guess. No, that doesn't make sense. No. He do not make sense. No, he's gonna kill me. Ooh, that's some spicy. You spicy, buddy. You got the spice on you. You got that spice. You got that not good spice. Hold on. Earthen bulwark, please. Thank you. I don't know if that's going to be enough. No, it's not enough. Earthen bulwark did not save me. Okay. It did not save me. Let's try one more time. You guys ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Poison, poison, bite, run, potion, bite, run, no. Alright, Mr. Boy Dude is too much for me to handle with that explosion. Is it just me, or is that exploding mechanic on the elites just way too powerful? Not only does it do massive damage, not only does it literally annihilate you from existence, it targets you specifically, it fires multiple times, it tracks you, like... He's not killing me, the explosive effect is killing me. The monster's not dishing out enough damage to actually kill me. It's really, honestly, only the explosive effect that's actually doing all that damage. I must wait a moment. I'm gonna fight you. Okay, instant stun, instant dead. So maybe a level 76 dungeon is too high for my level 63 character. Okay, I guess. I'll admit defeat, Mr. Explodey Boy. I'll admit defeat this time, Mr. Explodey Boy. Oh yeah, I can travel straight to the dungeons now. How does that work, by the way? Like, they said that you can do it, but let's see if we can figure out how to actually do that. So, supposedly, I should be able to just travel straight there, right? Oh, okay. So on the map, it literally just says teleport to. So you just click on it, and it says teleport to Earther 1. Interesting. That's actually not bad. It's not bad. I like that. I mean, it's not instantaneous, so, you know, it's not like you don't... It's not like it's going to do it automatically for you. So you activate the sigil. You can still run there if you want to. Like, it's not like it took away the ability for you to run over to the dungeon. You have to open the map, you have to find the dungeon, which sometimes it automatically targets the dungeon for you, and sometimes it doesn't. And then once you find the dungeon, then you click on it, and then you can teleport directly to that dungeon, like it's a waypoint, essentially, which is a little bit better than I thought they were going to implement it. I don't know what I thought they were going to do, but that wasn't it. I guess I thought it was just going to like pop up on the screen instantaneously and be like, do you want to teleport to, you know, such and such dungeon that you have just activated, or something like that. So I guess it's a little bit more interesting because you can actually just, you know, you're in town, you activate the sigil, then you have to find it on the map, then you click on it on the map, and then you teleport to it, which I feel like is a little bit of a better way to do it than probably the way that I had anticipated that they were going to do it. Let's go test out Blighted, a corpse explosion, and let's see if they fix the graphical problem. There was a note in there that said visual, you know, changes, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, it was a catch-all, basically. Like, they did like a catch-all part of the patch notes, which had like everything in it. So let's see if they fix the visual bug involving Blight and Blighted corpse explosion. Let's test this out real quick. So I'm going to have to pull some points from somewhere for a second so I can grab Corpse Explosion for the moment. Let me just pull it from Corpse Tendrils for the moment. Grab the Blighted Corpse Explosion, and let's go Corpse Explode some stuff and see if it still blots out the sun. Because that's what it does at the moment. It currently blots out the sun. If you use enough of them, I mean literally, if you use enough Corpse Explosions, it will literally blot out all existing everything to the point where you literally cannot even see your own character, let alone the monsters that you're fighting. It's pretty hilarious. And by hilarious, I mean sad, and you cry a lot, and your teammates yell at you because they can't see the monsters, and then they die from ground-based effects. And I know that's a lot to take in, but it's really the truth. So let's just get as many corpses as we can on the ground over here before we test it, because I really want to get a conclusive test. Instead of just doing a couple of corpses, let's really lay it on thick. Let's do as many blighted corpses as we can within a certain time period. Let's also throw on my one-hander so we get a faster speed, because the one-hander has a faster corpse explosion speed. And that should be plenty. So let's go ahead and start popping corpses. So the answer to whether they fixed blighted corpse explosion is most definitely a yes. It no longer blots out the surface of the sun. So you can now use your Blighted Corpse Explosion in groups to your heart's content, because it actually now no longer blots out everything. That is absolutely great. I mean, look at it. It's no longer making the entire screen into the pure heart of darkness anymore, which is great. Absolutely great. So that is confirmed fixed. So confirmed fixed Blighted Corpse Explosion. That is very, very good. And it still looks cool. Like they didn't ruin it. I still feel like it looks cool. It just doesn't have that ridiculous overlapping darkness where like each one would increase the darkness just a little bit more than the last one, until eventually it got to the point where literally, you know, it was so dark you literally couldn't see anything on the screen. So that's nice. Alright, so what else do we need to test? There's a whole lot of things. Let's go ahead and remove that and get my corpse tendrils back. So apparently there was a bug with corpse tendrils where it was making corpses disappear, but it wasn't actually like consuming the corpse. But it's not supposed to consume the corpse, like it's just supposed to leave the corpse there. It's kind of a small one, so I don't really know about that one. What else did they do on the Necromancer while I'm over here? They did buff considerably a lot of the things like Reap's ability to create corpses, Decompose's ability to create corpses. The damage bump to Bone Splinters was really small. I mean, I don't really even think that's worth testing out, to be honest. Bone Prison got a considerable buff. I was actually kind of interested in the Bone Prison buff. I'm not entirely sure that I want to use Bone Prison, but I was thinking, I'm really seriously thinking about it, because it does have some interesting things you can do with it. Oh yeah, let's test out the curses cause monsters to go toward the target thing. So supposedly when you curse, notice the size of the curse, right? So Iron Maiden is that size, and Decrepify is that size. So they're both basically about the same size. They're not ridiculously huge, but they're also not ridiculously small either. So you can kind of target the ability. So this whole thing where you can maybe somehow force the target to attack the monster that you've cursed is kind of interesting to me. So let's see if we can test this out. Let's get my minions over here, and I want them to fight the Scorpion. Okay, and it would help if I actually had some minions. So hold on, let me resurrect all my minions because they died in the fight and I was not paying attention. So currently the Scorpion is the only one cursed, but it looks like most of my minions are kind of ignoring the Scorpion. Maybe one couple of the mages are definitely targeting the Scorpion. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the Scorpion is getting the attention he deserves. I'm not really 100% sure that that one is working as described, because it seems like the cursed monster is not really getting targeted over the non-cursed monsters by the minions. I'm not really sure if it's just not working or if it just doesn't work the way I think it works. I mean, we can test it again here, so let me curse this monster in the back. So we're going to curse just these monsters over here. So my minions should be moving over there and attacking the ones that are cursed, not the ones that are not cursed. It does seem to be sort of working. The golem seems to be ignoring it entirely. I don't know why the golem seems to be ignoring it entirely, but he's just over here just doing his thing. Look at him. He's just doing his thing. The minions, the skeletal minions and the mages seem to be engaging the cursed targets, but not the golem. But it doesn't seem to be like an instantaneous reaction. Like they're not like just running over and immediately attacking the minions. They're just kind of like Janta Alouetteing over, you know, like Janta Witsa, Janta Alouette, Janta Witsa, Janta Alouette. Like there's no haste in their step, it seems like. I mean, it probably will get more damage to the cursed targets, but I guess if you use it specifically for that purpose, I mean, yeah. I mean, like for instance, he's not cursed anymore. Let's try cursing this guy. Are they gonna switch to the cursed Scorpion? I mean, we can spam it on him a couple times. I mean, it seems like most of the skeletons are attacking the cursed Scorpion, but then there's still a bunch over here just kind of doing their own thing. I don't know. It doesn't really seem to work as advertised. I don't know. It's meh. It's meh. I don't know. It's meh. I mean, overall, it seems like a good patch. I mean, this is a pretty big patch that they came out with. A lot of changes across the board. A lot of buffs across the board to skills. I mean, obviously, they didn't buff the skills that obviously didn't need buffs. You know, like Ice Shards didn't get touched and Bone Spear didn't get touched. Those are skills that were already really good, and they just don't need changes. I mean, I personally, I thought it was a pretty freaking good patch overall. Um, it buffed a lot of the stuff that needed buffing, and a lot of those skills that needed buffing actually really did need buffing. Like Iron Maelstrom was a little bit of an underperformer. The vulnerable chance definitely did need an increase on the Barbarian Flay. Shred, I don't know if Shred was an underperformer, but it definitely could have used a little bit of a bump. Some of them were a little confusing though, like Claw, which is this one right, or not? I'm not on the Necromancer, which is the werewolf skill on the Druid. That one already seemed pretty good. I'm not really sure why that one needed a buff. Utilizing the old staff of the Crone, you could literally get like insane damage out of Claw. I mean, 1 to 3% damage buff on most of the skills was next to nothing, yeah. But it's really not about the base damage increase. It's about what they did to make them more useful, in my opinion. The increase in the corpses generated and the essence regeneration increase for Decompose was pretty massive. The increase in the number of corpses for Acolyte's Reap, as well as the essence, or the Acolyte's Reap is really nice for Reap. Gives you more corpses per couple seconds, so you get one corpse every 4 seconds instead of one corpse every 5. Decompose, I think, has become like the clear winner in the number of corpses that it can potentially generate by far. So if you're looking for a very powerful corpse generator, I think Decompose has just won that race entirely. Judging by the change that they made, if I go into, I'm going to go to town and I'm going to show you the aspect that I'm talking about. But if you're utilizing the specific aspect, let me get my corpse tendrils back. If you're utilizing the specific aspect for Decompose, which allows it to chain to multiple targets, which is, I know I have it in here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick and show you. So this one right here. So Decompose can chain up to 2 additional targets. When Decompose spawns a corpse, it has a 60% chance to spawn a corpse under all affected targets. So it can hit 3 targets at any given time. And what they did is they bumped up the number, the corpse generation from 2.5 to 2 seconds, which means it can now generate 1 corpse every 2 seconds. And it can chain to 2 additional targets, which can create an additional 2 corpses, so a total of 3 corpses every 2 seconds, which is pretty massive, especially when you can compare it to Acolyte's Reap, which is 1 corpse every 4 seconds, right? So that means that Decompose is in the same time period that Reap is generating corpses. Decompose is now generating 6 corpses in the same time it takes Acolyte's Reap to generate 1. 6 to 1 ratio. So as far as corpse generation goes, Decompose has now landslide victoried over Reap, like, entirely. And then on top of that, you can also stack in the Hued Flesh passive, which gives you a 12% chance to create corpses at the target's location. And since Decompose is hitting multiple targets, it probably has multiple chances of spawning corpses, which means you have even more chances to spawn corpses. The only way that Reap can catch up at that point is if you're attacking multiple enemies. So if you have like a really big pack of monsters and you sweep and you hit like 50 monsters, and Hued Flesh can potentially create a large number of corpses if you're hitting a really large pack. But in general, Decompose is going to be the clear winner in corpse generation on any single target. Most groups, except for the really big groups where Reap might outshine Decompose now. But for the most part, Decompose just wins flat out in pretty much every way. Let's go over to the Barbarian real quick and look at the Flay, too. I wanted to test out the Flay. Timothy. Test the minion Shadow Blight. I just did test the Shadow Blight. Or minion Shadow Blight? What do you mean minion Shadow Blight? I'm not quite sure what you mean. I mean, I just tested the visual bug for Blight. It is fixed. The visual bug for Blight is fixed, if that's what you're talking about. Let's see here. I wanted to take a look at Flay real quick. So they made a big change to Flay, which gives more vulnerable. It's instead of a 10% chance, it's now a 15% chance to make the enemy vulnerable, which is double versus an enemy if you're using a two-handed weapon. So that is now a 30% chance to make an enemy vulnerable with a two-handed weapon versus before it was a 20% chance, which is overall a 10% increase as long as you're using a two-handed weapon for that, which seems pretty massive. I can actually want to play around with that real quick just for laughs. So let's go ahead and pull that in here real quick. Let me pull out Iron Maelstrom real quick and swap these. I just want to see how good the vulnerable is with the two-handed weapon. Let me make sure that it is using... Yes, it is using a two-handed weapon. Well, that was instant vulnerable. Instant vulnerable. Instant vulnerable. 30% might just be more than enough. That is pretty impressive. I think they just made Flay like the go-to ability for basically all barbarians for vulnerable creation. By increasing that by 5% and then double that for two-handed weapons, it's now become like the 100% best way, I think, for barbarians to get access to vulnerable as a basic skill. Which means that Flay might just be the best basic skill, pretty much like bar none at this point. They also increased Bash Fortify, I believe. Where is that? So, yes. Stunning an enemy crew, 20% base life as Fortify. So you can get a pretty large amount of Fortify with Bash, which is interesting. Where is the... Let's just go ahead and play around with it real quick. Why not? Let's go ahead and drop 2 points in there. Let's go ahead and drop a third point. Let's grab the damaging a stunned enemy generates more fury. It could be fun. And let's go bash some things in the head real quick. I kind of want to see how well that Fortify works. We got to bash quite a few targets, though, to build up Fortify. I'm currently at 34 Fortify. It might not be as good as I thought it was, but Fortify is actually extremely powerful. A lot more powerful than people realize. So if this does offer a more reliable way to generate Fortify, it could be interesting. I mean, obviously the damage output on this is not exactly the best, but as a basic skill, it's your generator, so it's something you're going to be using all the time anyway to generate essence. As of right now, though, look, I am completely fortified. So, it does actually fortify you pretty well in a combat. That might be a reliable way that you could maintain fortify on a build. The additional 10% base life fortify that it's offering you is not bad. That's not bad at all. Timothy wants me to check out the Minion Shadow Blight. You're going to have to enlighten me on that, Timothy, because I don't think I know exactly which one you're talking about. But I will go over to the Necromancer, and we will take a look. Do I PvP with the Necro Rendar? I actually have PvP'd quite a bit with the Necro. I had some ears in my stash, but due to inventory tension, I literally had to get rid of them. Like, I couldn't even hang on to my PvP ears. I know, sad. But I literally couldn't hang on to my PvP ears because I just had way too much inventory tension. My inventory was getting so tense that literally I just, like... It's sad. It's very sad. There's just so much inventory tension in this game for no reason. I really wish they would do something about the inventory. I mean, if I could talk just a minute about the inventory tension, not to make Timothy even more angry because I'm not going over the skill he wants, but we do not have enough stash tabs. There is not enough stash tabs. If you guys have not seen my inventory tension video, I have a video on inventory tension, and we literally go over and talk about all of the ridiculous stupidness that's going on with the inventory. But to really highlight it, there's one way that you can really highlight it that is absolutely the easiest way to highlight inventory tension in this game and in how stupid it is, okay? And if you think about Diablo 2, every character has their own personal stash tab, which is not shared with all the other characters. It is considered a personal tab, okay? There is a total number of character slots in Diablo 2 of 25 character slots, all right? So each character has one personal stash tab that is for themselves and for themselves only, all right? This personal stash tab, it equates... for each character across your entire account, it equates to 25 stash tabs, okay? Then in Diablo 2, they also give you 3 shared stash tabs, all right? So you have a total of 28 stash tabs in Diablo 2. In Diablo 4, there is no personal stash tab at all. We only have 10 character slots, not 25, and there's only 4 shared tabs. So it is a difference of literally 28 stash tabs versus 4 stash tabs. The difference is so huge that it's just mind-boggling. And one character, you will run out of space with one character. Like, you will. It doesn't take 2. And even if it does take 2, as soon as you hit 2 characters, you're going to run out of space. You start storing stuff in your inventory. Like, you literally can't hang on to the gems you want. Like, you can't hang on to the unique items that you want. Like, you can't hold the perfect legendary affixes that you need for specific builds. Like, it doesn't work. And then before too long, your aspect storage is completely full. Your consumable storage is completely full. It's just dumb. Like, they need to do something about it as quickly as possible, because it's just getting worse and worse as the game goes on. Because every single time you make an alt, you need more space for that alt's legendary aspects and everything. And you have no inventory space. Even the mules are terrible, because the mules don't have very much inventory space either. The mules only have their own personal inventory, and then they have the aspect storage, but it's not enough. And you can only make 10 of those characters, so you end up with basically, like, 1 character and 9 mules. And even then, you're still full. It's terrible. So let's see here. Shadow Blight minions. What was it that they did specifically to the Shadow Blight ability that he wants tested? I didn't actually see that in the notes. Where is my dojank? Close that. Close that. Close that. Let's pull up the patch notes real quick. I'm just going to scroll down real quick and see what the change was, because I don't remember there being a change to the Shadow Blight passive. There is no change to the Shadow Blight passive. Nope, I don't see anything in here, so I don't even know what he wants me to test that. Probably just because he wants me to test it. Anyway. I'm not really sure what else there is to check out. I don't really have a sorceress, unfortunately, so I can't check out some of the other stuff. I actually was planning on making a charged bolt sorceress, and I'm probably going to steal my brother's name for the charged bolt sorceress. I actually don't even have that set up yet. Let's check out the changes to the rogue real quick. I mean, honestly, aspects is one of the biggest issues for storage. Ambionics and apps, like, it really is one of the biggest issues for storage. I think we do need like the same thing that they have going on for the Codex of Power. I think what we need is we need a similar page, kind of like the Codex of Power, but for legendary aspects. So instead of doing this, where we are storing a legendary aspect because it has the specific power that we want on it, like for instance, when we have an item that has a perfect roll or whatever, and we're holding on to that item because it has a perfect roll, we could simply extract it, and then by extracting it, it would go into something similar to a codex, which would relieve a lot of the inventory tension right there. Just simply not having to hold on to the legendary aspects so that we can actually like use that space for other items. Because as it is right now, if you look at my stash, one of the main uses for my stash at the moment is literally all of those aspects that I'm holding on to that are perfect aspects that I want to use on various characters. Finding perfect aspects is not always easy. Some of them are easy to find. I will 100% agree that some of them are easy to find and there's no reason to hold on to them. But others are actually so difficult to find that a lot of the times once you find a perfect one, the last thing you want to do is destroy it or get rid of it. So you're definitely going to hold on to that perfect aspect. Like for instance, if I take a look through my legendary thing in here, most of these are perfect rolls. So like I've got like the after decomposed pawns of corpse, gain 40 essence, that's a perfect roll ring. I've got the critical strikes with core skills, increase your attack speed by 25%, that's a perfect roll aspect. Basic skills grant 30% increased attack speed, that's a perfect roll aspect, and so forth and so on. So most of these are aspects that are perfect that I'm holding on to specifically for the purposes of maybe using on another character, which obviously I would want to hang on to them for. So it would be really nice if they could just simply make it so that we could extract these, turn them into aspects, and then maybe store them on like an aspect tab or something. Because honestly, if they did that, it would alleviate a lot of this holding on to the perfect aspects that I need for specific builds. Which it's not even just holding on to it for other characters, it's also holding on to it for this character. So like for instance, when I find a specific aspect that's for my character, I need multiple rolls of that. Like the splintering aspect on the Necromancer is so important to the Bone Spirit Necromancer that if you don't have a good splintering aspect, it kind of messes up your build. And you need the splintering aspect to make it work. So every single time you find a perfect or near perfect splintering aspect, you generally hang on to it so that in case you upgrade your weapon, you can reapply that aspect and not have any downtime. But good luck holding on to all the aspects that you need so that when you upgrade an item, you have that available to you. What did they change on the rogue? Let's go over some of the rogue changes. So one of the things that they changed, they actually have those pants sitting in here, the Eyes of the Dark pants. They reduced the debuff on these. I don't really think it's gonna have any effect. I think people are still gonna maybe avoid these. I think they're still gonna avoid them for the most part. They're not really like super duper ridiculously amazing unique items, and honestly they should have reduced to be perfectly honest, I think they need to take the cooldown away entirely, the cooldown increase, because it increases the cooldown of Death Trap and it also kind of like cancels itself out. So the if you look at Death Trap has this right here, which is if Death Trap kills an enemy, its cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds, right? But when you put the pants on, it increases the cooldown. It guarantees a kill, which decreases the cooldown after it increases the cooldown, but the amount that it increases the cooldown by still makes it so that the guaranteed kill doesn't really do all that much. I think it equates to like a what was it, like a 2.5 second reduction or something, like as long as the Death Trap kills something. So if you take the Death Trap, let me just go ahead and pull it in here real quick. If you take the Death Trap has a 50-second cooldown. Okay? If it doesn't kill an enemy, it still has a 50-second cooldown. If you put the Eyes in the Dark pants on, it will guarantee that it kills an enemy, which means that it will guarantee that you get the 10-second reduction, right? But it also increases the cooldown of the ability to 57.5 seconds, which means that it only reduces it by 10 minus 7.5, because the 7.5 increase counters the 10-second reduction, which overall just works out to basically a very tiny cooldown reduction. It just doesn't really seem worth it, especially since pants are one of your major defensive items. If you guys are unaware of this, like let me just run this down for you real quick. I actually have this pretty much all down. Your pants and your armor are your two biggest defensive items. Your rings are resource regen. Your weapon is the one that you use mainly for your best offensive aspect. Now, what does this mean? Well, this means that if your pants are not providing you with defenses, which is the best defensive slot that you have, then you're going to be very weak defensively. So, because the Eyes in the Dark plants are taking place of the defensive, your best defensive piece of equipment, they're going to make you very weak, like in terms of defensive nature. Let's see here. They changed a bunch of other things on here. Let's see if we can go over some of these other ones. I believe they beefed up the close quarters one. Where is that one? I'm trying to remember where that passive is. I'm not a close quarters fighter, so I don't take that passive. But I know that close quarters, I think it's somewhere around here. Impetus. Yes, the capstone. That's right. It's the capstone. They increased the damage from this one, so damage at close enemy with marksman or cutthroat skills grant 10%. And then they did you deal 30% increase, so it went from 10 to 30, which was pretty nice. So if you are using this one on your rogue for your melee rogues, which is probably what you would use it for. Actually, this one is close enemy with marksman or cut. Yeah. So close. Basically, like just a close character in general, like somebody who's going to be more of a melee character. There's a little bit of a damage bump there for you melee rogues. A 10% damage bump, which wasn't terrible. I mean, I'll take 10% damage. 10% damage is 10% damage is 10% damage. They also beefed up rate of arrows, so let's go test that out. I actually have the Word of a Con. So they increased the potency of rate of arrows by 10%, and they also decreased the cooldown by 5 seconds. But the 10% increased potency, I think, is actually going to be massive, considering that the Word of a Con amulet gives all the imbuements at one time. So let's take a look at this real quick. Let's go out and just shoot my rain of arrows at a bunch of targets, and let's see how ridiculous the damage is. I'm only level 54, by the way, before you guys prematurely judge. So I'm only level 54, and this is World Tier 4, alright? Another thing that they buffed up is the Caltrops chill duration, or chill percentage. So they boosted it up from 20% to 25% chill. So basically, when I use Caltrops now, it is more often than not going to completely chill a target to freezing, which is very impressive. So let's actually test out that as well. So if I use Caltrops and then Caltrops, all of the monsters within it should be frozen now fairly easily. And then I can tap them with a nice cold imbuement or a shadow blight imbuement, whichever one I want. Let's go try. I want to try out the rain of arrows again, but the cooldown on rain of arrows is kind of long.
Need more energy.
And they really do freeze nicely with the Caltrops now. That 5% increase may not seem like a lot, but it leads to a hell of a lot more freezes over the duration of the ability, which is pretty powerful. Alright, let's get in here. Let's do another ring of it. Yeah, that's really nice. So that 10% imbuement is affecting all the imbuements. So it's giving you 10% more cold, it's giving you 10% more poison, it's giving you 10% more shadow. And of course all the passives are being applied to the rain of arrows as well. So if you're running the passives, it's actually kind of nice, not gonna lie. What else did they change on the rogue? I'm trying to remember all the buffs. There was a dark shroud increase, I believe. What was it? It was, I think it might have been the legendary effics, though, not the actual ability. I think that's what it was. They decreased the cooldown of the smoke grenade. I remember that as well. Alright, alright. Gosh, dang it. Get off me, suckers. You want some, son? That's right. Rain of arrows you to death. That's actually pretty impressive for a level 54 character to be murdering like level 70 some odds like that with Rain of Arrows.
I need more time.
And the caltrop chains was very nice. I like the fact that it freezes all the targets like that. I'm just kind of playing around with it, seeing how fast it freezes them. Even just one seems to be capable of freezing them now, which is pretty nice. So if you're trying to add chilling and freezing effects into your build, like, Caltrops now is insanely good at adding in additional freezes. Not bad. Let's do Rain of Arrows one more time. I want to give it one more good test. Let's see if we can find another big pack of monsters. Something real meaty. I want a meaty pack. I want to see how good it is on like a really big pack.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
Oh yeah, let's hop into chat and Discord and let's see how everybody's taking the patch. Again, I can hop over on Discord, see what everybody's talking about. I got two different groups here.
So,
What's up, guys and gals?
howdy.
You guys see all the big patch notes?
Yep.
What do you guys think?
In love.
You in love?
Oh,
Really
wait, you're the
hardcore.
famous Ginger I've heard so much about?
Yes, the Ginger Gaming. You know, the one that the person who made the the Discord.
Am I supposed to get on one knee?
No, of course not.
Hold on.
You got to get on
Two
both.
knees,
You
please.
got to get on two
Hold on,
knees.
hold
Come
on.
now. Come on now. And you
Two
need
knees.
a Zod.
Okay.
And you need a
Sit on
Zod
your
rune. You need a Zod
God
rune.
damn it. Give me a second, Ginger.
You
I'm
need
turning
a
my camera on.
Zod. You need a Zod rune. Come on.
right,
Come on.
All right, Ginger. My camera's on. I'll
What?
get on
I
both
can't-
knees.
I can't look at that right now. I'm streaming.
Oh, you're streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, shoot. That's right. Shoot.
All right, well, I'll just get on both knees and you just visualize it. All right, here we go.
You're so
All right.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Stop it.
Oh god, you're gonna get me killed. So you got me killed. Look, you got me killed. I blinked too hard and I died, as usual. How dare I blink too hard?
Ginger, you got to put your chainmail on and grab your sword, knight him while he's
You
on
gotta
his knees.
Sir
You have
knighting.
now been accepted into the kinship.
Yes, you're
I'm on
very
both knees,
accepted.
and let me tell you, it's not very comfortable, my lord.
Oh dang, that's terrible. You should get knee pads. I hear that the more devoted followers have knee pads. We don't provide
You
knee
s-
pads, by the way. You got to get your own knee pads. Don't cheap
You
out though,
hear.
because they pinch at the back of the knees. The knee pads pinch.
Oh.
They pinch at the back
You-
of the knees.
You've heard a
You
lot
can-
about these knee pads.
You can get a kneeling pad as well, and you don't have to.
Oh,
wear
I was
it, so you can
not
just move it
always
around.
I was not always a king. I was, at one point I wore knee pads and bowed too. So if you work your way up the dredges, you might also make it where I am.
I'm definitely just a masochist. I kneel on keys. It's fine.
You
I'm still on both
you
knees.
kneel on keys? Why would you kneel on keys? That's
I like the
terrible.
pain.
What about Legos? Do you kneel on Legos, or is that
Keys
too
are worse.
much?
Keys are worse.
I'm still on both knees, my lord. Can I do my prayer?
What's the game plan for today, Ginger? What you doing?
I don't know. I was just talking about all the patch notes and looking at all the changes. I don't know. I guess we could probably test out some of these Nightmare EXP buffs. The
They're really good.
supposedly, the Nightmare dungeons not only are better EXP for monsters, they're also better EXP for completing the dungeon too. So that sounds nice.
Yeah, you can just join on me whenever. Sigils right now. So.
Let me go do my let me grab my basic barb. I was gonna grab my necromancer, but my necromancer doesn't get EXP. So
Same.
I was like, okay, let me go do a lower level character.
So am I allowed to pray now, or?
No.
Yes.
All right. Everybody, clear chat. Here we go. Okay, dearest Sir Sire, Lord General, Grand Master Templar, Ginger Sir, thank you for blessing me with your presence today. May all the uniques be in everybody's favor. Everybody keep grinding. Many XPs, many loots, and you know,
double band.
just having a great day, you know.
Double band.
Double band.
Wait, I'm banned?
Double band.
I thought that was a good prayer.
Double band. Double band. First off.
Should I rise?
Dang, I was trying to join on you, and I kept trying to join on you, and the spiders kept coming out of everywhere, like trying to eat my face.
Yeah, just res.
Like every single time, like spiders are trying to eat my face. Oh yeah, by the way, you guys on Twitch, the drops are active, so if you gotta make sure you claim your drops before you can get your next drop. Otherwise, you can't. Like that's it don't work that way. Why is there a naked druid in here?
That's how I have my druid. My druid's naked.
Malgaroth,
with that,
put on some clothes, sir.
Listen,
put on
man,
some clothes, Malgaroth.
I am role playing as Wilson from the movie Castaway. Okay,
Where's your beach ball then? Where's your beach ball?
Look at my head.
Where's your beach ball?
Where are you at? Look at my head.
Ball? That's not the beach ball.
Yeah, it's close enough, man. Look at it. He
And
put the hair on it in the end.
You gotta
Look
dye
at
it white. Come on now.
All right. Is there a white dye?
He's like, is there a white dye? Really?
I did mess up.
And you need a red handprint.
Okay. That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot from Blizzard. I'll try.
Poor Wilson.
All right, guys.
You guys ever see
I
all
gotta
the
be
meme? You guys ever see all the memes for Castaway where they're like inside the box that he didn't open was a GPS satellite phone, a survival kit, like
I would've opened
flares.
Was it a Motorola Razr?
I would have at least peeked in the box. Like I would have
It
at
was
least.
definitely a sidekick.
I would have, even if you wanted to be like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I keep this to, for like reasons, so that like I feel like I did something. Like even if that was the case, I think I'd still like poke a hole in it and peek in there at least. I'm like, make sure there's not a satellite phone in there that could have rescued me. Or like somebody else joked it was a book. It was like a how to survive on a deserted island book.
Yeah, Dummy's Guide.
Dummy's Guide to Surviving on a Deserted Island.
You open it, there's 3 Snickers bars inside.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. He probably would
have a Snickers.
He probably would have saved those
chill with
Snickers
that.
bar. I would have like cut it up into little pieces, and I would have eaten like a little piece every day, just so that I had like just a little taste of chocolate.
Yeah, why
And I'd be like,
a little taste of sanity while you're stuck on an island.
okay, oh god, so much better than the crabs that I have to eat every day.
There is no white. I'm sorry to
That's
disappoint.
terrible. What about there's like a light gray at least.
All right, let's see.
Or you can do red. Like if they got like a dark red, that'll at least be like the red hand print. Remember when he grabbed it?
It looks pink. I can do pink. Should I do pink?
I'm gonna kick him in the face. Come here, buddy. Come here. Get wrecked. Oh, look at me. I'm doing like no damage to you. I don't care. Come here. I'm gonna see if he one-shots me. He didn't one-shot me. Ha ha ha. You didn't one-shot the level 62. You level 104. Yeah. Eat it. I will.
I don't know what to do, boys.
Oh, I need to take this bash out of here.
I'm dancing over here. That was nice.
Do I just keep killing shit?
That was like 160 BPM. That was good.
That's right. That's how you do it. That's how you
Is that
do
the
it.
drop
That's how
I
you.
get?
That's how you do it right there. I getting all sorts of doojanks. I got a little sigil over here. Got some-
Wait. So because I left the Diamai Wilson mask, I can't level my glyph? Alright, Ginger. I see what you did here. You pranked me.
I didn't prank nobody.
You
the one.
pranked. You
You the one that's naked.
got
You
him.
the one that's naked. You pranked yourself, sir.
Hey, don't
Let
be
me
like
ask
that.
you
My
a
druid's
question.
naked too.
Do you have enough rope? See, he hung himself. See, ha ha ha. You hung yourself. You didn't have enough rope. You got to go up to the mountain and get the rope that you tried to hang yourself with. Ooh. That's another Castaway joke, by the way.
Thanks for clarifying.
My favorite part of Castaway, like my absolute favorite part of that movie, was when he finally got back to civilization and they made him like a big, huge buffet dinner, like in his honor. You know, they're like, "Yay, you finally got off the island. Like, we're sorry that we thought you were dead and we gave up on you and that we didn't search for you and that you stayed on that island for a really long time and it was horrible. Here, have like a what was it, lobster and like crab buffet, right?" And he looked at it because he had been eating crabs like every day of his life ever since he was stuck on the island, and he like immediately like just had like horrid disgust like at this beautiful like lobster buffet and crab buffet that was on the table. He was just like like little
can I get
little
McDonald's, guys?
Yeah, I would have
did-
been like, where is my cheeseburger?
Yeah,
Give me
where's my
something
cheeseburger?
deep fried and loaded with grease,
like,
please.
give me
Yo,
anything
yo.
that's not crabs and coconut.
He would have been happier to see Asmongold's $2 steak.
Like
Facts.
the part that they really don't tell you in the movie that really like if you actually learn about coconuts is that he ate a lot of coconuts, right? Coconuts are a laxative. That boy probably had the worst time, like the absolute worst time, like just diarrhea every single day of his life.
Well, I
Like,
guess it's glad he didn't have any underwear then, huh?
I mean, at least he could just go into the ocean, I guess, and wash off.
Yeah, you're not gonna get chunks that way.
I mean, it's a little salty, but you know.
Ooh.
Let's just say that eating coconuts every day, coconut juice, and drinking coconut milk, and like eating the coconut meat and all that, not exactly a very fun lifestyle. Like just like gastrointestinally, it's not gonna be fun. Crabs and coconut. That was his whole life. Crabs and coconut.
Coconut's okay. Like coconut chocolate cookies.
Oh, I
those
like
are good.
coconut. I'm not saying there's
That
anything.
sounds good.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the flavor, but if you eat it every day, like all the time, you're just gonna have like diarrhea, like every day of your life. It's just gonna be,
But
and it's gonna
coconut
eventually.
flavor is not the same as eating a coconut.
But he's also drinking the coconut milk too, so you know, because he didn't have like a definite water source, so that was one of the ways he was getting fresh water was coconut milk, which is a decent way to get fresh water, but it's also a decent way to give yourself.
Wait,
diarrhea,
wait,
too.
But every time you open up a coconut, you got another bowl, bro.
I
You
know.
just fucking leave
Yeah,
that out in
yeah.
the ground,
Whoa,
and
whoa,
then it
whoa,
just
whoa.
rains.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
Boom.
hey.
Oh, sorry.
The language, please.
Dang it.
Yeah, freaking. How about that?
All right, I'll do push it. Oh.
get a-
This
you
is
get-
easy for me. I was raised in Utah. I can say freaking and gosh all day long.
Yeah, gosh and
Hey.
gosh darn, and you can say poop. You can say poop a lot. That one's
Poop
good.
is nice.
I'm from Florida, man. This is hard.
My favorite was there was a British actor who apparently like couldn't say bloody because bloody's not even a curse word over here. I don't even know why it's a curse word over there in like Britain. But he was like so excited because he was on American TV and like he was like bloody this and bloody that and bloody this. And he's like, you mean that it's not a curse word over here? And they're like, nope, you can say it as much as you want.
And then he drops the F-bomb and they cancel him.
Yep. Beep. He's like, so but if I say this word and it was like beep 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 beep. He's like, so I can say bloody all day long, but I can't say beep.
Yeah, they were bleeping him out so much, he would write messages in Morse code.
And it spells bloody.
Right?
JP's eating. We gotta. Oh, I couldn't kill the blister in time. We gotta be more disgusting for JP. He's eating some. What are you eating? Cornflakes. There's a bird over top of your cornflakes.
Oh, cornflakes with a teaspoon of sugar.
Why am I like pretending like I actually have some damage output over here? I'm over here just like in the fight, like pretending like I can actually do something. Like these are level 102 monsters. I'm getting wrecked. I mean, honestly, I'm not getting as wrecked as hard as I thought I would get wrecked at least, but but Mr. Explodey Boy over there is a little rough.
If you didn't
Oh,
notice, Ginger, I
baby.
changed my spec.
You using Blizzard now?
Oh, I love it.
Because you saw that guy kill Uber Lilith with 10 seconds with it?
This thing is, I love it.
How did your Uber Lilith run go?
I got my butt spanked. I haven't refined that build at all, so I just wanted to go in blind and see how hard she dominated
Yeah,
me.
she's hard.
And as you can clearly see from the counter that's still up on the screen from yesterday, she clapped my cheeks like 48 times. So not well. She didn't. Oh, how did I even? There wasn't even anything over here. She definitely didn't. She clapped my cheeks and didn't buy me dinner. That's for sure.
Rough.
If she swings on me like herself, I can take some hits, but like the mechanics she does.
Wait,
I'm
the
dead.
blisters are guaranteed one shot. Doesn't matter if you're in a invincible. So the Necromancer kind of has like a uniquely interesting effect, which is basically that he can become invincible for a certain period of time, which means no damage is supposed to actually affect him, like with the Blood Mist ability. So I went through a methodical process of testing and dying a whole bunch of times to see how many of the abilities were guaranteed one shots and how many of them could actually be mitigated. And the answer to the question is a lot of them are guaranteed one shots. The blister is guaranteed one shot, so if you do not take the blister out, I think it's only like 9 seconds after the blister spawns. It's instantaneous death. So that is a guaranteed one shot. The spikes that she pulls out of the ground, those really nasty spikes, those are guaranteed one shots. I'm not
Did you
entirely...
shot me?
I'm pretty sure that standing outside the red circle is a guaranteed one shot as well, because I went into my Blood Mist form and went outside the circle and was instantly killed by that as well.
Why are you stop teleporting?
The only things that were not one shots, as far as I could tell, were swings. So if she comes up and swings on you, those are not one shots. That blister is totally gonna kill me. And then what was the other thing that wasn't a one shot? So she does like a claw. Like I don't really know how to explain it other than it's like she literally like takes her hands, she's just like and like literally like a bunch of like claw marks appear on the ground. That one was not
Was
a
she a
guaranteed
dinosaur?
one shot. Yeah, pretty much. She's a Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus rocks. But that one wasn't a one shot. So like there's a lot of stuff in there that you have to 100% avoid, otherwise you will die. And then there's other things that are like, you can tank them, but there's so many of the mechanics are basically just one shots that, like, what does it matter if you're tanky? As long as you're
just kill her
avoiding,
real fast.
as long as you're avoiding the mechanics and killing her real fast, like that seems to be more important than actually like doing the mechanics, because all the mechanics pretty much will kill you except for like the bare few that don't.
Did you see
From
the
what I saw,
debuff that you
Stagger-
get? You get a debuff the longer you're fighting her, where you apparently take more damage from something. I was panicking too much to actually read it, but it just kept stacking. Every 3 seconds you get another stack where you take more damage. So
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not good, but that's just another one-shot mechanic basically at that
Yeah.
point, because all that means is that you're probably going to end up getting one-shot by all of her abilities at that point. So if it stacks too high, everything will one-shot you. Which, how is that any different than like most of the stuff one-shotting you? Like, it seems like for the most part with that fight, you have to learn the mechanics and you have to dodge everything. Even if you're dishing out massive amounts of damage, the only way that you can basically stop the mechanics for any period of time is to stagger her, which definitely does seem like stagger seems to be the main way to like prevent your own untimely death.
Ding.
Aww.
I'm
Did I
trying.
kill you for my
Run!
level explosion?
run!
I tried not to die to the blister.
Yo, you're better than Tom Hanks, man. You res me. You saved your Wilson.
Hey, he tried, all right? He tried. In his defense, he swam out way further than I would have to rescue a freaking volleyball.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
almost lost his boat. Like, he almost lost his boat and would have drowned and died. Like,
On top of that, they didn't do a good time lapse to really show how long he was out there. He was probably out there for a good long time, and he was super fatigued from all of it. So,
after the storm,
you know,
for sure. He was holding on to the... He was just holding on to the boat, trying to make sure that he didn't, like, freaking get washed away. Like, the majority of his strength at that point would have just been dedicated to trying to prevent his own untimely demise. He didn't really have time to look after Wilson. Wilson was supposed to look after himself and failed.
Oh, so you're
Yeah, he was
blaming
supposed
me.
to have his own back.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Wilson was supposed to have his own back. Okay, we're in the middle of a storm, and he didn't even try to swim back to the boat.
I know. For real.
He didn't even try to swim back to the boat. Didn't
You think
even
he put in some effort,
attempt.
you know?
He could have at least done like a backstroke or something, or like.
Yo, you're talking about me like I'm not here. You know, I'm getting really offended.
I mean, why didn't you swim back to the boat? We're asking you an honest question here.
You know how hard it was for a ball with no hands to hold on to that boat? You think the strings tying me down kept me locked down? Nah, man.
Hey, to be fair, you had a mouth.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was drowning, bro. What do you want me to do?
How are you drowning? You don't have lungs.
Yes, I'll
Yeah, I said you had a mouth, not lungs.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like you just don't understand. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, we were there. We were there watching, like on the Truman Show.
allow you, I suppose.
Ooh, good,
We
good
were-
movie.
We were there watching. Okay, we were watching.
Feeling called out.
We went, yeah.
It happens.
It
Yeah,
happened.
Bubba knows all about it.
I mean, let's be honest though. If you made it back to shore, you would have just mentally handicapped. You would have just mentally handicapped him. Like he would have been carrying you around everywhere like you were a teddy bear.
All right, who's got the next one?
We're in. I'm in.
I got like a million in here. You already popped one open.
Yep. Witch water.
Guys, just gotta say, Princess Diana's outside. Literally. Somebody named Sorceress Princess. Oh, they went in. Never mind. Sorry.
Too soon, bro.
No, but there was. No, never mind. They were there, okay? I wasn't hallucinating.
Fun fact: Tom Hanks is the great nephew of Abraham Lincoln. Maybe one extra great in there.
So wait, Bobby, does this mean I'm not allowed to use your name?
Oh! I died. Yes.
Okay.
If no one else can, I'll run up and grab you. That's what.
I got him.
It's empty.
No, I got him. This is my one job.
Speaking of Tom Hanks, did you guys see him in that one movie where he was supposed to be like the really grumpy guy? Like, what was that one that was on Netflix recently?
There's just one name. I forget the name.
Yeah.
It was his name.
So the movie wasn't bad. I didn't hate the movie, but like being able to see Tom Hanks as grumpy was very difficult. It was very difficult to see Tom Hanks as grumpy. I think it was a miscast. And although I think Tom Hanks did a good job in it, it's just, Tom Hanks is a lovable old galoot. Like it was really difficult for me to see him in that role.
I saw him really grumpy when one of those photographer people, what are they called? The
Paparazzi.
yeah, paparazzi like tripped his wife. He got really grumpy then.
Well, I mean, if somebody
Rightfully
tripped your
so.
wife, if somebody tripped
Yeah,
your
rightfully
wife, you'd
so.
probably get grumpy too.
Yeah, rightfully so. Yeah.
You tripped my wife. I'm gonna raise my voice to level 6 on you now.
That's the loudest he's ever spoken.
How does it
Oh,
feel?
he went in. I was proud of him. He didn't hold back.
Did he slap the guy?
I feel like
No, he didn't assault the guy. No.
I feel like if you get yelled at by Tom Hanks, you probably should just like go reassess your life at that point. Like you probably that's like really difficult to get yelled at by him. Like you've achieved some sort of like achievement that only 1% or less than 1% of anyone has ever unlocked.
Yeah.
It like pops up on your Xbox at home. Get yelled at by Tom Hanks. Less than 0.0000001% of people have unlocked this achievement. Like, wait a minute.
It just like gives you the platinum trophy for like 12 different games all at the
like
same
yeah,
time.
12 different games. Like
I feel like a
managed
lot
to
of
get-
paparazzi don't understand. I mean, they
Yes,
as
a
part of their
man
job,
called
they
Otto.
don't
That's what
know
it's called.
boundaries.
A man called Otto. No, they know boundaries. They are well aware of boundaries. I think paparazzis are very well aware of boundaries. I think they know that. I think they know that if they break those boundaries, they can obtain information and things that they can use to make money.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's part of the field.
They
It's
just
like a benefit.
they know that they're breaking the rules, and they know that breaking the rules will get them money. They're not stupid.
They also know that the rules basically don't stop them from doing anything, almost nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, which means that even though it's morally objectionable, a lot of the times it's not legally objectionable. Which is the technical correctness, right? Which is the best kind of correctness, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people should be able to like label them as stalkers.
Yeah, you can
Something killed me.
put a restraining order on him.
Oops.
I
Freak.
can't believe that I
buddy.
can do any damage here whatsoever, let alone actually kill stuff. Or even survive. This guy's gonna be good at pushing high level content, I could tell.
What'd
I
you
mean,
make?
granted he's not doing any damage right now, but he's not dying as much.
I love my Barb. That's by far my favorite character so far that I've
Dude,
played.
they buffed my freaking leap build hardcore, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was doing the leap thing where it's like you leap and then you kick and it resets the leap, and then you ground stomp and it resets the leap, and then you kick again and it resets the leap, and so basically like you just keep getting resets like over and over and over again until basically you're just you just got like massive resets. I managed to get you up right before I did. You just get massive resets over and over and over again. So like I can keep leap up like indefinitely now.
Nice.
Okay.
They also increased the slow duration of leap from 50% to 70%, which seems kind of massive for PvP. A 70% slow in PvP seems like nuts.
Didn't they increase
Blizzard.
Yeah, I was kind of confused on that too, but everybody's like, but it's the aspect that gives the damage. I'm like, but you don't understand. I'm like, Blizzard with the aspect was already really good, and then now they're just like, here, have some more damage, and I'm like,
I got one buff.
I mean,
in my build.
it would have made sense if they had correspondingly decreased the damage of the aspect, you know, to maybe like balance it out, so that the base Blizzard builds are more powerful without the aspect, you know, blah blah blah. But they didn't touch the aspect.
I think they want more people to get to 100.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that they're gonna do any like nerfs just yet. I think they did way too many nerfs in that one patch a while back.
Oh,
And
they
so-
nerfed every character by like
Yeah.
50%.
So I think this one was supposed to be kind of like a smooth it over patch where they have a lot of the buffs involved.
Yo,
I'm glad
real
they did
talk.
it.
Real talk, Ginger. Why can't I subscribe to you? What's going on? Why can't I use my Twitch Prime?
I'll
Oh.
tell you why. It requires money.
No,
I have money.
So basically, Twitch has a rule that basically you're not allowed to dual stream if you're an affiliate. So if I stream on Twitch and I want to post that on YouTube, I have to wait 24 hours contractually before I'm allowed to post that on YouTube, which is stupid. So I used to be an affiliate for a long time, and I had subscriptions and stuff. But then eventually I was like, you know what? I don't want to be tied to this contract. I want to be able to post my stuff on YouTube. Like earlier, I had like almost 4,000 people in here on YouTube during the patch note video. Like, you know how many people I had on Twitch? It was like 80. Like,
Gotcha.
so me tying myself to Twitch was stupid, and so I disabled my affiliate contract. I basically, you know, nullified it so that I could dual stream whenever I want to. This way I can still stream to Twitch, but I don't have to worry about that pesky 24-hour thing.
Yeah. See, I did stream like for like 6 months. I was streaming like 7 days a week, and I became an affiliate, and I hated it for that same exact reason. I just did not know that didn't realize you couldn't get subs because of that. I just thought you just weren't allowed to stream
Isn't
to
it just the
other
Prime
software.
subs, or am I wrong?
You're not allowed to stream to Twitch and a different
Can do
platform at the same
bits?
time, and everything that you put on Twitch is 24-hour exclusivity contract. So for 24 hours, you're not allowed to post it anywhere else. Now,
So I
some
can't do
people
bits
just
either?
do it anyway. Yeah, and I don't think you can do bits either, unfortunately. You can. I still
That's
have like a
lame.
Streamlabs donation and things like that, and you can still subscribe over on YouTube.
All right, let me try that. Are
Yeah,
you
anyway.
live on YouTube? How do I?
I'm always live on YouTube.
Yep, always.
Always.
Oh, there's a tab for it. Oh, right there. Okay. All right. Sweet.
Yeah, you can do memberships on YouTube. You can also gift memberships on YouTube, same way you can on Twitch. They don't have bits, but you can do super chats and things like that. Like it's pretty similar to Twitch in a lot of ways, as far as like some of that stuff goes. There's no raid. There's no raid. Well, actually, I think there are raids now. I think they just added raids. But there's no. What's that thing that you can do on Twitch where like if somebody donates and then like somebody donates again, like it starts a hype train. Yeah, there's no hype train on YouTube yet. So that's one. Ooh, that's a 30% berserk ripping. That's not bad. I like that. Or 29. That's a 29. That's better than my pathetic one. Let me go re-imbue that.
I must wait.
Okay, so I'm assuming I click this join button here next to your name, and then that's how I subscribe. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do a membership that way.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you can't do it for free like you can on Twitch. I know you were trying to use your Prime sub, right? Which is your free sub every month.
Do you get a notification?
Oh yeah, it'll pop up on stream when you become a member. It'll put it up there for everybody to see. Everybody will see who you are.
I don't care about that. I want to support the homie.
Oh, we're definitely doing this one. Let's go.
I owe you for dropping a bomb earlier.
What bomb did I do? Oh yeah, that's right.
No, it didn't
right.
happen. It didn't happen.
Right. That's right.
Accept.
Hey, Elsu has become a Uber Ginger Gaming Mentee. Uber.
Ooh.
You did
Yeah,
the Uber
Ginger.
thing? Bang.
Freaking high level.
You did the high level.
Elsu was
gang.
one of the people from a different Discord that Elementalist was a member of. That's one of the Discords he was like popping in and out of with us, and then he would go hang out with them and come over to us.
Welcome to the kinship.
Sorry for dropping the bomb, but you know, I won't do it again. I hope I'll do my best.
It's okay. Me and Chunk are here to try
Remind
to mitigate as much as
you.
possible.
The honest.
Ginger knows he caught me in the beginning a couple of times with it, and I was like, ah.
I do it sometimes too. I mean, I'm not like. I'm not gonna like jump down your throat about it. I'll remind you a couple of times, and if you keep doing it over and over again, then I might.
Yeah, then I gotta go. Yeah.
Then chunks might jump down your throat now. Which I appreciate, by the way, chunks, if you're listening. It's really just like we're on live stream like all the time, pretty much. So if I'm in the channel, like 99% of the time, like we're probably streaming. It's just pretty much assume that we're streaming.
How many days a week do you
I told him earlier, Ginger. I was like, usually when he's streaming, he'll hop in. Like, hey guys, I'm just here to hang out a bit. And that's when we know you're not streaming at the time, when you hop in Discord like that.
Yeah, it's rare. It's usually when I'm trying to do something like make a tool. Which, by the way, we got 2 really cool tools for those, like, because there's like 400 of you still in chat. There's a really cool tool over on Diablo4.life for the gambling. You can, like, calculate gambling odds for your obols. And we also got a unique target farming tool, so you can figure out what the best dungeons are to farm your unique items, which is pretty cool. Both of those are pretty recent additions as well, so... I can't believe I had almost like 4,000 people. I think that might be an actual... I think that might be a record for me. I think 4,000 is eclipses the number that I had during the Diablo 2... I want to say, like, when the Diablo 2 launch happened, I was up to, like, 2,000 some odd. And then when the Diablo 4 beta happened, that was pretty high, too. But I think this patch notes might have eclipsed all of that. It's pretty cool.
Mom, if you're out there, I love you.
Most of them are gone by now, because they already got their patch notes. They updated. They're in there playing the game, you know. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Stop burning me to death with your rancid gonorrhea. Poison was just like, it was just like, beer. I'm like, potion, beer, potion, beer, potion, beer. I couldn't hang in there with that poison. That poison's nasty.
So, how do you feel about the patch notes? So,
I mean, overall, it's buffs. Like, pretty much all buffs. Like, it's kind of nice. I think they've avoided, for the most part, with the exception of, like, Blizzard and, like, one of the other skills that seemed like it was already pretty powerful. It seems like they did a lot of very good buffs to some of the more underused abilities. I like the fact that Flay has a much higher vulnerable chance as well, because it really did feel like Barbarian kind of was having trouble with maintaining vulnerability. So upping that vulnerability chance on Flay, I think, was pretty huge for Barbarians. I think a lot of Barbarians are going to really like that. Oh God, Explodey boy, spawn behind us.
So you got the Iron Skin too. From
Yeah, the Iron Skin one is
20%.
yeah, that's a pretty big buff too. Iron Skin
Is good.
it was already pretty good, but I think now it's better.
Oh yeah.
I think they're trying to make it compete with the shouts because everybody's using the shouts instead of Iron Skin, which makes sense
I use
because
the
the
shouts and Iron Skin. I don't
Oh, you
use.
use both of them. He's like,
high level,
I got
yeah,
all the
high
buffs,
level
buddy.
barbs replace Flay with Iron Skin. They still use the shouts. They just replace their auto attack.
If you can get the Fury generation locked down, and that's the way to go.
I mean, if you have another way to generate vulnerable, then Flay's not really that important. But
Well,
Exploit's
Flay's also
pretty
used
good.
for the 12% damage
I mean,
reduction.
I like Kick. I'm using Kick as my vulnerable. It's 4 seconds. It's got 2 charges, and it hits multiple targets, which is really nice. So, like, if you're in there, you know, just in general, and you got a big group of monsters, you can just kick the whole group, and they're all vulnerable for 4 seconds. It's pretty useful.
Yeah. I thankfully Whirlwind does so much damage in dungeons that exploit typically is enough to just kill any elite. I struggle with the bosses, right? The bosses suck, but
even I was
Damn it.
Whirlwind up to 100. I switched to Hammer of the Ancients. You still have a little trouble. with
Oh,
the
how do you
higher
like that?
level ones. I think it's better than Whirlwind.
do you clear like in general it's better, or like clears faster? Like, because Whirlwind clears pretty fast. It's bad on bosses.
Well, I mean, you're really only like targeting the lead, so I mean, it's just as fast.
Gotcha.
At the end, if like most people I kill like everything, so I guess it's maybe a little slower, but in terms of like raw damage and just like clearing like I don't know, I just feel like it's better.
Yeah, I bottlenecked at Nightmare 70 is like what I can do without wanting to rip my hair out, you know?
And Whirlwind,
That's kind of where I'm
Right.
stuck at now.
like I can do like 80 plus. Some like I
White.
could probably do a 90. But I have
You-
a lot of damage reduction.
I'll revive.
stuff.
Did
that's
you
why I
just say
like it,
you're
'cause,
doing
like-
80 plus?
Yeah, I can do 80 plus.
Okay, well, I probably should swap the hammer. Oh my god.
Those
It's
are
because it's like
those are
I
big
don't
single
know.
target hits.
it's big single target hits, and you can just stack a lot of damage reduction.
No,
I was really hoping they'd buff the death blow build, man. I really wanted that,
They
like
did
the
buff
item
Death
for
Blow.
it. Huh?
They buffed the item for it. I think.
Only a little bit. It's not like I don't think it's competition at all for the other two
Right.
builds with
I mean,
how little
I
it
used
was,
Death
you know.
Blow when I was leveling up a little bit. I think it could be really good.
Yeah. I've been looking at a bunch of people make videos on it, and like it looks like it's almost fun, but it's like,
Looks like it's
not
almost
enough.
just for PvP.
Oh, it's very good for PvP. But like, if you look at the videos of the high-end death blow pushers, they're doing
What?
like Nightmare 50s tops. You know,
Oh yeah,
they're not doing a lot.
I mean, damage reduction is very important for pushing. And like right now, I'm level 50, or sorry, I'm 63, and we're in a level 100 dungeon. If I stack my damage reduction, which I have quite a bit of damage reduction, I can tank these guys. I mean, I can't tank that monstrosity right there with with the triple fire damage popping out of his anus over here, but in general, like, I can actually tank monsters in this difficulty with my damage reductions at the moment, which is pretty insane. And honestly, I think the reason why the explosion is so bad is because our resistances are so terrible. I think if we could
Yep.
actually stack things like fire
Yep.
resistance and whatnot, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But since our resistances are basically garbage, we have absolutely no ability to actually stack protection against something like that explosion, so we're stuck. but when it
none
comes
of that's
to
coming until the
season 2,
season
Season 2.
1 or 2 or whatever it is. Ridiculous.
No, they said 2. They said 2.
they said
It's
2.
so
They did.
dumb.
But in general, though, if you stack enough mitigations, you can usually prevent yourself from dying to most of that stuff.
It's because somebody had the super smart idea to put your armor value and your.
It was awful. Tying armor and the other one together was an awful idea, and it never should have happened.
Like, I don't mind how they did the damage pools. Like, I think it should be changed up a little bit, so it's not just you're stacking vulnerable damage, and if you're not, you're probably not clearing anything.
Well, I mean, I would be fine with vulnerable damage being so heavily weighted as long as every class has access to vulnerable. I feel like not every class has good access to vulnerable. I think that's the problem.
Yep.
And
Or it
then,
forces you into a build.
well, then not only does it force you into a build, but it forces you into specific skills that you might not otherwise normally take, specifically because those skills offer you vulnerable.
I mean, even if you have if you're going through the Paragon board, you're pretty much stuck choosing the ones that, like Barbarian, you have to go exploit because you don't get a
not only is the exploit glyph the most important as far as building your vulnerable, it also has the huge vulnerable damage bonus on it.
Yep.
So even if even if you didn't take it for vulnerable, you would still take it for the vulnerable damage bonus.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
But it doesn't
Yeah.
do that on all the characters, by the way. So like on the Necromancer, it actually gives you like an increase in vulnerable damage. Like it's kind of weird how they all work. Some of them.
I didn't
work
realize
much
they had the
differently.
same names for different ones. I didn't realize that.
The exploit one does seem to be it does seem to share the same name across all the characters, but it does do different things depending on which character's using it.
Oh wait, did you guys do it yet? I don't want to.
I hadn't gotten mine yet. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, cancel it. It's
There
fine.
we go. Okay, I just went ahead and threw it in one of them real quick. It's not a big deal. I need to go back to town and deconstruct a bunch of these glyphs.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the sorceress is the one that got hit the hardest by the resistances being tied to armor because
Oh yeah, it's absolutely atrocious.
because they have what is it? Isn't the necromancer also intelligence? So it's
Maybe.
intelligent. It's basically any class that has intelligence as their main stat is the resistance. So like you know how rogues have dexterity as their main stat, and that builds dodge, right? So dodge is basically the main surviving thing that you're supposed to use on the rogues. That's kind of how it's set up. Barbarians, it's strength, and strength is armor. So the two classes that basically get hit the hardest by the level penalties is the barbarian because armor gets less and less effective as the higher level you go. And then the sorceress, because half of her resistances are tied to armor as well, and she has very little armor. So the intelligence is supposed to be providing you with those resistances, but it's not, because the way that the calculations work right now, it's basically garbage.
I feel like Necros are the biggest glass cannon because at least thankfully Sorks get like all the defensives that like Necros get like the blood form I guess you're talking about earlier where they
my
can
necro feels tanky as all get out. Like
really
so not only do you have access to a shield on the necro, which is amazing. So at any time you can basically just pop on a shield. So I usually keep a one-hand sword and shield combo just like handy, which gives you an extra defensive slot. So your shield becomes like an extra pair of pants basically, because your pants are supposed to be your main defensive item. The shield also utilizes the defensive gem socket instead of the offensive weapon socket, so you get that as well. He's also really easy to generate fortify on using the necrotic carapace passive. So if you use the necrotic carapace passive, you get like massive fortify that you can constantly keep up, which is pretty nice, depending on how many corpses you're generating on a regular basis. And then there's a couple really nice ones that will actually enhance. Like there's a Paragon board node. I think it's called like Dead Hunter or something. I can't remember the exact name of it. But it's pretty neat because what it does is it increases the amount of reduction that Fortify gives. It doesn't say that it gives you more damage reduction while fortified. It says that when you are fortified, it increases the damage reduction of Fortify. So you know how Fortify has that 10% base?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that it just takes that 10% base and turns it into 20% base.
What the heck going on in here?
And then it also
taking
gives you
top right.
it also gives you
Top
damage
left.
while you're fortified and stuff like that. If you build the Necromancer right, he feels pretty tanky. Like I was able to take like 3 or 4 hits from Lilith, like before she was able to kill me. Like, and if I put my shield on, it was like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. Like, and Lilith is supposed to be pretty nasty.
Yeah, she hits like harder than Nightmare 100. Like, she hits hard. All my friends who play Necromancer, like, they follow like guides and stuff, and they still get rocked, like rocked. So,
Well, it's usually because a lot of people are not utilizing their slots correctly. That's what's the biggest issue. So your slots kind of have like a specific purpose. And I totally forgot to go back to town and to deconstruct my things. So your armor and your pant slot are really like your defensive slots, and you really have to get defensive pants and defensive armors. If you don't have damage reduction, and I'm not talking about armor. You don't want armor percentage, because armor percentage is something that's going to fail you at higher levels. Although it will work good for Lilith, I will admit that. Because if you are level 100 when you fight Lilith, then there's no level penalty. So armor actually works pretty good against her. But damage reduction works much better in general. And usually what I do is I stack things like damage reduction while fortified, because I have no problem getting fortify. Flat damage reduction. Dodge chance is helpful too. Just a flat chance to just avoid damage altogether is certainly not bad.
Yeah, the sword does damage reduction while burning, because 90% of builds
Exactly. You
using
can also
burning
do
damage because the firebolt passive is ridiculous.
And you can also do damage reduction while enemy is poisoned. Enemy damage reduction while enemy is bleeding. Like there's a bunch of really good ones. I'm not really too convinced that damage reduction while from distant or damage reduction from close are really all that useful. Because I feel like if you stack one or the other, you're just in a situation where now, like, if somebody's far enough away and they hit you with a big attack, you're dead. Or if they're too close to you and they hit you with a big attack, you're dead. I think close is probably more useful than distant. But but at the same time, as soon as a monster's distant, now you're screwed. It just seems less beneficial to build one or the other of those and instead to build something different.
So do you go? I haven't seen you play. Do you go like Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, or are you going? What are you going on your Necro?
Oh, he's a Bone Spear Necro. He uses the minions to increase his damage output. It works pretty well.
And how hard do you hit? Like what would you say? Like if you can remember a number.
I mean, I think my hardest hit, like, so far has been, like, 6 million on a single spike of the Bone Spear.
I mean, that's pretty good.
So, 6 million times 6, which, because there's 6 spikes. So, usually when I get those really big crits, it's kind of insane. But that's, like, with all the buffs up and everything. Like, my attack power goes up to, like, 20,000 by the time I'm finished with everything. He's not finished, either. That's the other thing. So, he still needs to level up 2 more glyphs to level 15. He's missing those. And I want to get those capped out at 21, obviously. So that's a bunch of damage that I'm missing out on. I'm also trying to farm up that 850 weapon from the homeboy over there on the beach, Jebta, the Blade Bearer.
Yep.
I got an 833 right now. It's not bad, but I really want to get something a lot higher than the 833.
Yeah, I need a better weapon.
You got any videos on your YouTube of your Necro, like explaining shit? Because sorry, dang it.
I'd say he has quite a few.
I don't have a build video on him yet now.
Okay, because I have friends, yet again, I have multiple friends that play Necro, and they do nothing but complain about how bad Necro is. And I've seen videos of them, like, pumping Lilith and taking... Yes! Yes. Yeah.
Stop.
And they look up guides. Like, it's not like... they might not be reading the fine print on the guides, but I just assumed that Necros were bad because of that.
No, I've seen a Necro build literally, like, kill Lilith in about, like, 15 seconds.
I've seen that, but also I've seen them take hits on top of that. I've seen a video where somebody, some Twitch streamer told his entire chat to stand back. He had like 12 people on the world boss, and he literally one-shot a level, like, because he's level 100, the boss level 100. He one-shot it, hit it with one attack and killed it.
I mean, like, if you're at optimal distance, the thing is that you get one bone spear which hits the target. you get a second set of bone spears, which is the splinters, which come back. If you crit, it's instead of 3, it's 5. So that first shot, if you do it correctly, if you use your corpses, like if he was popping his corpses in advance, so he got the buff, and used all the various things that he's got, you can potentially hit for like massive amounts of damage in that first shot, where it's literally like, I'm not even kidding, like 6 million plus damage per spear times 6 spears. So you're hitting for many multitudes of damage, like per shot. And you can fire that shot, obviously, multiple times. But the problem is that it decreases in damage with each shot. So,
Gotcha.
So basically, your damage increases depending on how much essence you have upon firing the shot. So every single time you fire, your damage decreases. So the goal of the Bone Spear Necromancer, from what I found out, is to basically maintain as much essence as you can at all times, which of course causes you to have sustained damage instead of just spike damage. Because with the way that it's set up right now, your first shot is really high, and then by the time you're out of essence, your last shot is like really low damage. But if you can manage to maintain your essence utilizing various methods like regeneration rings, like the Band of Torment, you know, like maybe your ice mages to generate essence that way, and other various ways like exploding corpses and whatnot, you can generally maintain your essence really high all the time, and so you can maintain that damage buff the entire time. It just takes a little bit of work.
Gotcha.
That's one of the reasons why I use
resource
minions.
potions are good.
Because the minions allow you to basically have, like, infinite essence. Between the mages constantly regenerating essence, me constantly maintaining the minions, and the minions just, in general, providing me with more maximum essence, which they provide me with, like, 50 additional maximum essence. The damage output is, like, insane. I can basically just keep firing off, like, full damage bone spears, like, every single time I fire a shot. It's great.
Every necro I see in the open world, I don't know what it is that causes you to not have minions, but I don't see minions when I play.
They just don't understand how useful they are, that's all.
Gotcha.
But on top of that, the minions are, like, invisible most of the time anyway. Like, you can
like opaque.
Yeah, they're like opaque. You can barely see them. Like, you have to actually kind of look for them.
Oh, I saw them when I went to World Tier 2 today when I was
Translucent?
playing my barb. Yeah.
Yeah,
They look like
they're hard to
almost
see.
completely.
And I swear the translucentness of them, like, changes depending on, like, it really kind of depends on, like, what's going on at that particular time. Because I've noticed sometimes it'll show them to you in full, like, you know, in living color, basically, not to quote the show or anything. But, like, literally, it'll just show them to you full out, like you can actually see them. And then sometimes they're so barely visible that they're, like, not even there. And then other times they're only, like, half visible. And it seems to, like, adjust the translucence of the minions depending on the situation, which is strange. Because every now and then I'll be running along with a necromancer and won't even see his minions, and then all of a sudden it's like, dang, look at all those minions. And then a couple minutes later it's back to invisible again, and I can't see them anymore.
Well,
By the way, what's up, Dubsy? Everybody was just talking.
yeah, sorry.
Going
I was nerding out, sorry.
Nerd. Nerd.
Oh, you must have went and made a sandwich or something, Bubba style.
Yeah, got to.
Sandwiches are delicious.
Thanks for the insight on the necro. I will be addressing those points with my friends. A lot worse than what you've said, but I will try to convey what you said.
In general, when it comes to the necromancer minions, you have to understand that they're about utility. If they can provide you with the utility that you need, then they're more valuable than sacrificing them. If they cannot provide you with the utility that you need, then sacrifice them. Like, that's basically what it comes down to. But it's been my experience that the utility they offer is more important than the sacrifice bonuses.
Gotcha.
I think what it is honestly, most people just don't know how to properly get the most out of their minions.
Hey, temerity, woohoo! Sad face. Could have been a Shaco, and it wasn't.
Could have been a Shaco.
Oh. Yep.
God, this build is gonna be crazy to gear for. I need max fury. I need max fury on everything. I need max fury on the ring. I need max fury on my freaking helmet. I need max fury on my armor if I can get it. I need like max fury on my pants. I need max fury on like literally everything. I don't know, it doesn't matter what it is. If I can get max fury, it's gonna equal more damage.
Yeah, so not fury generation or resource cost.
Maximum fury is the only
Okay,
thing.
yeah.
Is the only thing that
Is
matters for
great.
this class.
I was gonna check my stash, but I don't have any of that.
See, I'm building a. This is called a basic build. So the entire purpose of this is to just have massive amounts of like basic resource, because the more points of resource I have, the more damage I get. Yeah,
What are you running?
a basic build. It's basically where you beef up a basic skill to the point where it's insane.
Greetings.
Like play or
This
Are you
one
gonna
in-
use the frenzy necklace?
Yes, I already
Yeah,
have
so
the
you got
necklace
frenzy.
on. I actually need the sword. I don't have a Ramalama Ding Dong yet. Ramalandi's Magnum Opus. Okay. Everybody gets upset with me for saying it wrong.
They're like,
I
it's
call it Ramalama
Ramalandi's.
Ding Dongs too.
It's Ramalandi's.
It's Ramalama Ding Dong, and if you're saying it otherwise, you're wrong.
So basically, Ramalandi's has an effect that gives you additional damage for every point of essence that you have. It's like 0.3% increased damage for every point of essence. So the entire idea behind it is you utilize things like, where is it? Why do I have Hammer of the Ancients on there? That's not correct. That is not correct. Oh, I'm probably using that just so I can build the doojangs. Anyway, you use things like basic skills gain, attack speed, which I can't. Can I link? I can link. Okay, I can link. You can use the basic skills, increase attack speed. That one is really important. You can also use this one, which is the damage is increased by maximum primary resource. So you're using a basic skill as your damage skill. So it means it's always generating resource. So you're constantly getting more and more resource. So it's always full and you always get the maximum benefit. And then you use Ramalandi's, which gives you 3.3% damage for every piece of, essence that you have or fury that you have. So by the time you're done, you've got, what is that, 0.3 times, if I can get my fury up to 300, which would be ideal, you're looking at, I don't even know what that would be. I'm bad with quick math too. Let's pull out the calculator.
Yeah, it's not ask me.
So 300 times 0.3 is going to give me an additional 90% damage. So you've got ways to increase the attack speed, you've got the damage increase, you've got the damage increase from Ramalandi's, you've got the plus skills from Battle Trance. By the time you're done, like, the basic skill becomes a core skill, and you're dishing out pretty massive damage with it. Also, the damage reduction is insane. Frenzy, like I was telling you guys earlier, I can actually tank these, like, level 100 monsters, because the damage reduction is just nuts.
It's not called Ramaladni's, it's called Ramalama Ding Dongs, and I don't care
That's
who
right.
you are, that is how you pronounce it.
That is the correct way, Ramalama Ding Dongs.
Thank you.
I still need one, though, okay?
Can I ask you where you got that name from? Because I've been saying that
Not ready.
forever.
I just made it up. I couldn't pronounce the name, so I just made it up.
It's a way your brain fires, right? It's the way the neurons fire. So that's just how you say it. There's no
I
other way
don't
to
know,
say
but
it.
I need one, okay? Go find me one. I need one.
Well, I hate to tell you, but I have
I
have like 8 of them.
I need
on
an
my bar.
820. I need an 820 with 0.3, okay? It's got to be an 820
It's
with
hard to
0.3.
find the 0.3 ones. I've only
They're
found
not
0.2s.
rare.
Well, the 0.3
I will
is
tell you that.
the 0.3 is more important than the item power, but then the item power
Right.
is also very important. So I need the highest 0.3 that I can get, basically. It's
Yeah, I've gotten them from doing nightmare dungeons like crazy. It's my most common unique I've gotten.
Watch me
my
take out this
barbarian.
corpse axe. Oh god, he's got poison. Is there a poison mod on this dungeon? It goes through my barrier.
Let's see. No. They do. Yeah.
There's a poison mod, isn't there? Isn't there?
No, it's there. Oh,
Yeah. You see? You can't take it. I can take the damage. Watch me still die anyway. Shush.
You got him.
I'm gonna kick you in the face. How about that?
I need time to do that.
I'm gonna run out of potions eventually. I use a lot of potions when I'm in these high-level dungeons.
What's it like to use a potion? I just die in one hit.
It's nice. It's nice. I get lots of damage reduction. I get the 5 stacks of 8% damage reduction from Frenzy, and then I get a 20% damage reduction from the basic skills grant 20% damage reduction. So like even just using my Frenzy, like just 5 hits of Frenzy, I'm already sitting at like a massive DR. That's the only way I'm surviving here. Like I can't survive otherwise.
Listen, I get so scared because I'm getting power leveled. I don't want to make people wait, so I just destroy all the yellows. I just sell them. I'm scared. You know? I don't know what the hell I need.
I mean, Ancestrals, you can go through them and look for some perfects. You're kind of low level, though, so you're not really finding, like, the best equipment yet.
Like, I know my barb like the back of my hand. I did not do any research for Druid.
Honestly, though, at around level 60, you should be able to kill stuff.
Uh,
Druid's one of the tankier characters. They really are. Barriers out the wazoo. Fortify out the wazoo, like damage reduction out the wazoo. They're stupid, ridiculous with damage reduction.
All right, man, just rub it in more. All right.
You can do like Earth. You could just take all your defensives like for right now. Just like throw your Earth. What is it? What's it called? Earthen Bulwark. Grab your Cyclone armor. Put that on the bar. Just grab all your defensives. Just run around like with like a herk-a-jerk tank. What's up, Thorny Beast? Get wrecked, son! I'm over here killing like one baby spider, and I'm excited about it. Shush. We are not the same. I am level 64. Mr. 100 killing the boss. You think you're so tough. I'm level 64, and I bet I could kill the boss. Maybe. Never mind, he won't. That's some pretty nasty poison breath there. Hold on, rematch.
I wasn't gonna enter, but you made me.
Let's go, sucker.
You did it.
I did like no damage there. I know that.
It was just you.
Oh, it was all me? Okay. What's this build? This build is the basic barb. I have a link to me theory crafting the build if you want to check it out. I did that one the other day. Let me pull this one up here for you. Yeah, here it is right here. This is the theory craft. I believe there's a link in the description for this one, but I think I messed up the frickin' build like 8 times and then deleted it, and then I like went back and I may have half butted it, but there you go. That's the basic barb build. In my defense, there shouldn't be a way that you can just completely ruin the build that you created in like a half a second. Like without some sort of prompt. Oh yeah, but I also use leap kick stomp, so that's nice as well. Oh, I got some Doojanks in my stash. Maybe I got a Ramalama Ding Dong is in there. Nope.
I need my last aspect.
What are you trying to get?
I must wait.
The frozen tundra. It's
That's a bad
while
place
you're-
to farm. Don't
deep
go
freeze
there.
gives you ice spikes while it's active, but it has an inherent on it that just makes your ice spikes have a 50% increased radius, which is what I need it for.
Mm. No, but seriously, Frozen Tundra is not a good place to farm. There's lots of skeleton archers there.
I like the skeleton archers.
Frozen Tundra.
I try to give them hugs all the time, and then they hit me, and I don't like it.
Frozen Tundra is from Diablo 2, by the way. It's a joke.
It's a part of the really, 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 really long through Act 5.
Yeah, it's a really long walk. It is really long. I think this is the board. Yeah, this is the board that has all the beautiful stuff in it that I want. All the one-handed damage, and it's got the yeah. All the, you know, the Warlord board on the Barbarian is like dumb stupid. Like has like a million things on it that everybody wants.
Oh.
Like even if you don't like want the legendary affix on the Warlord board, there's just like so much good stuff on that stupid board.
Oh, I didn't want to hit that. Come on.
Got a video on where to farm
Yeah.
elixirs?
The what?
The elixirs?
Well,
You
the
can't craft some of them.
The HellTides are the best for farming elixirs by far.
Yeah,
I feel like you
what
get
I've
an
noticed.
elixir. I feel like you get an elixir from every single like
Chest.
HellTide chest, and then on
Yeah.
top of that, a lot of the HellTide monsters will drop them too, just randomly. It
So
definitely seems like HellTides are by far the best place to farm elixirs.
Because you can't craft some of them, like the really
No,
good
you
ones.
can't.
All right, we're going to move him for now. Oh,
I'm not ready yet.
yo, Scrooge, you there? Can you go on push to talk, pretty please?
Nah, I muted him a while ago because I didn't have a choice.
No, it's okay.
Yo, Scrooge, I can help you with your input sensitivity later. It'll fix that.
Am I gonna die right here?
No, you're good. Just not even just for you, for everybody.
I mean, honestly, also if you're just in an environment that has tons of things going on in the background constantly, you're probably better off just on push to talk.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean,
I used to not have a ceiling. I'm in like a squatter's house, so I didn't have a ceiling to this room, and people would like, you know, cut up vegetables like they're hacking up a fucking. Sorry, I'm muting. I'll walk away. 20.
20 push-ups and a 20-minute timeout, okay?
20 push-ups and a 20-minute timeout. Potty mouth.
20 push-ups.
But was like 20 push-ups. Hey, I used to bet push-ups for everything with my brother back in the day.
I'm glad I got good at saying the stuff I say in my head.
Like, gosh,
I've
darn.
had
I used to not be able to do that. You guys are lucky. Just know that.
you would have your own corner at that point.
I probably would be gone.
So I used to bet on-demand push-ups for my brother, and I won one in bowling, and we went and played basketball, and he was on a breakaway, ready for an easy layup, and I shouted 5 push-ups at him. He had to drop the ball and do 5 push-ups on the spot. So you ain't getting no easy bucket like that, bruh. Not when you owe me push-ups.
I'm fighting for my life with this one werewolf back here.
Hey, you got it.
Don't help me, I got him. Maybe, I don't know. I gotta stomp on his face.
He's like, I don't know yet.
Hey, this guy hurts a little bit, alright? He's ouchy. I keep kicking him into the wall, I keep knocking him down. It's like several earthquakes under his feet, he's just shirking it off like it's nothing. It's making me feel bad. Oh yeah, executed, sucker!
Yeah, that execute is so good when you're low level in these high level dungeons.
Yeah, well, you're like a little baby. When you're like a little baby and you're like, you can't kill nothing, and then you finally get it down to injured status, and it's like execute, and you're like, yeah.
I can kill stuff.
I'm like, I killed that monster. It's probably the most damage I did the entire time I was attacking him too, was when I executed him.
Oh, for sure.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god, he's got so much poison damage. Where did that poison damage come from? He wasn't dealing poison damage, and then all of a sudden he started just like ripping poison damage out at me.
You can just respawn. We cleared already.
Yeah, let me go. Oh dang it! I gotta. Is anybody still at the Dujink? Because I gotta teleport.
Yeah, I
to
am.
you. Okay,
I'm killing the other stuff.
I'll just teleport to you and teleport back, or teleport to town, teleport to you. What's the big sweepy attack with the long cooldown? It's called Iron Maelstrom, which they buffed significantly, by the way. They like hammered on that skill. They were like, hold on, let's increase the crit by 20%. Let's increase the crit damage. Let's decrease the cooldown. Like, they freaking like locked down that skill with buffs.
Which one?
Iron Maelstrom.
Yeah, it always
Okay,
looks pretty
we got a
interesting.
slot open now, guys. If anybody wants to come help be part of the carry.
So it used to be only a 10% crit strike chance increase, and now it's 30%. And then they also buffed up the crit damage as well. So it basically crits like all the time now.
That's pretty crazy.
I don't know if anybody else is.
I'm at like 46% crit chance
Oh.
right now.
Let's go to the clan chat and see if it can join us.
Three ranks of ground stomp. 7.5% damage reduction while enemy is bleeding. I like
Might
4
as well
ranks
go back to town and wait.
I like the 4 ranks of
Trying to
iron
get
skin,
somebody else.
though.
Well struck.
It's a perfect barrier. I need to hold on to that one. Damage reduction while injured sounds so terrible. Like most of the time, I just get one shot. Like if I'm gonna die, like I usually just get one shot. The damage reduction while injured does me nothing. Does nothing. Upheaval, overpower. That sucks. Yeah, a level 100 freaking ring in here. I must have picked it up for one of you guys, and it sucks.
Yeah, I probably dropped it. I do that a lot. I'll just look at one item. If it's bad, I drop it to pick up my legendaries. Oh, I'm back up to 18 million gold. It's not bad. All right.
That one's not. Well, it's better than what I've got. That's for sure. That one is better than what I have. I think I might actually roll that.
Anything else?
All right, I'm gonna just keep running them then. I've had a couple people message me, but they're all in like groups of 2, so we'll just keep going.
Fair trade.
Oh, did
You can get kick ranks. You can get kick ranks on your pants. I like kick ranks. I didn't know you
Charge,
could
kick,
I didn't know
rallying
you
cry.
you can get kick and leap on there. I think I'd rather prefer leap than kick, though. Actually, I really don't know, to be honest with you. It might be better to have kick than leap. Because kick resets leap, so... That's a tough one.
he's got to be AFK right now. Try it one more time. If not, we'll reset and he can just join on me after.
Killing an enemy while berserking has a 40% chance to grant 20% increased cooldown reduction on your brawling skills. I really don't think that one is worthwhile.
All right. We'll reset Ginger and keep going. I think he's AFK right now, and he can join us after.
Reset, so you want me to leave?
Yeah. Just join on me.
Well said, well.
I'm just finally in the process of getting all the glyphs I'm using to 21.
Yeah, I gotta do that for my Necromancer now that I respect him. I finally respect the Necromancer, and I went from 3 glyphs to 5 glyphs. So I got two additional glyphs that I need to level up now. There's actually 2 pretty cool ones, like I said, I just didn't consider using, and they're not bad. One of them actually gives me a pretty hefty buff, like damage buff for every time my minions hit a monster. So it gives me the damage buff every time they hit the monster, which I use them for generating essence anyway, so it works out to my favor.
Yeah. I really need this dumb ice spike radius thing. Like a 50% increase on it. That's a massive buff.
I must wait.
Oh. Messaged. Oh, we got one.
Not ready.
Nice.
Kill that DR guy. There we go. Now the DR guy's dead. Now everything should fall down. Sorry, there was a big giant pack out here, and I couldn't. It's just like in Diablo 2 all over again. You see a big giant pack, and you're like, be scared. And then you jump on their head, and you murder them all. And I did.
What's up?
What's
up, Chunk?
What's up, Chunks?
Not ready.
Hey, Chunk can be our
How's it
fourth.
going?
Yeah, I had you on the TV long enough to put a light on it,
Oh, nice.
then turn you off.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't think it matters how long I leave it.
I mean, view time does help, but
Well, I'll turn it back on if you want.
I mean, it's just, in general, view time does help. I was just saying. They calculate how long your eyeballs are on the screen.
Oh, well, they can't see my eyeballs. My TV
Oh,
ain't that
no.
smart.
They probably can.
I can't see
My
your
TV ain't that
eyeballs.
smart.
I don't know. Does your TV have a camera on it? Oh god.
Nope.
Not ready yet.
I need to go upgrade my potion. Like, my potion restores like no HP. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh.
I'm gonna see if I can run away from it. Oh god, there's monsters back here too. There's monsters everywhere.
Definitely don't want to hear you on the TV.
Oh yeah, mute. Mutey.
See what the internet's doing today.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, it got me.
The ghosts are pretty nasty. Like, I think the ghosts are one of the more dangerous enemies because they constantly have that lightning thing that they spam. It's interesting. Certain families of monsters are definitely more deadly than others. Like, I think those big giant snakes, those really, like, big ones that have, like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, they're
The Medusa-looking ones?
Yeah, like, they're really big, and they spit,
Yeah.
spit poison. I think those are nasty. Like, those are really nasty, especially when they roll, like, elite and they have a bunch of modifiers. Those things are just, ugh. I don't like fighting them. Yeah, the big fanged ones, that's right. The big fangity fangs. The ones that got the real what's really nasty about them is actually an attack that they have, which is just kind of like ridiculous. So I don't know if you guys have actually paid attention, but they have this like spit attack that they do, and it goes up into the air, and then it comes down in like it's like 6 or 7 like little poison things that hit the ground all at once, and if you're standing in the poison things, you get wrecked. But like, you can't see it travel. It kind of reminds me of you remember the good old days with the quill rats, how you couldn't see their attacks.
I don't remember anything good about quill rats.
Same.
Well, so you can't see the attack that they're firing at you. So they'll sit off screen and they'll fire, and then they hit you with this poison attack from like 18 miles away, and there's no way to know that it's coming. The only thing you can do is just keep moving. You just can't stand still because they'll just keep shooting at you or spitting at you or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. From the second you jump into the Bloodmoor with your level 1 character to level 99 Bloodmoor, I do not like quill rats.
They're mean.
I was way over here. I was nowhere near that.
I guess maybe the nightmare quill rats really aren't that bad, but anything before that and after that.
Oh, I straight up got one shot by the quill rats one time. Like you get the right modifiers on the quill rats, and all of a sudden you're just dead. Like that's it. You're just dead. I was at my level
98.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think I was 97 at the time, but yeah, it was like level 97 on like a really tanky paladin with 75% block chance, really good resistances, mitigations, damage reduction. Walked right up to this one
close dungeon.
Walked right up to this one pack of quill rats, and they were just like, "Bye."
Whoa.
Oh, this dude is vampiric? Oh, yeah, that's gonna... Yep.
He's vampiric? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he teleported right on my head. I think I found your guy. Is his name Kryn Evershift? Because he just teleported on my head. He said, hello. He said, say hello to my little friend. I wasn't even near you guys. He just like, well, why are they picking on me? They're picking on me.
Because you're level 64.
Just because I'm a level 64 doesn't mean they can pick on me.
That's exactly what that means, actually.
Oh, yeah? Let's go. Let's go. Come on. I'm going to get my damage reduction stacks. I'm going to put my dude janks up. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm surviving.
Get some techno going.
That's how it feels like when you play Frenzy Barb, because once you get your Frenzy stacks running, you're like really fast, and you're over here like...
I'm gonna be honest, that lightning hurts.
Oh yeah, it does. I can't stand it either. Unfortunately, as soon as they drop down one of them lightning spires, the only thing I can do is like run away. See, look, I can hang with the big boys. Alright, I can hang with the big boys.
Alright, you lead the charge.
I'm not leading. I can hang. I can hang. I didn't say I can lead. Leading is a whole different story, alright?
Alright, I got it.
Actually, I probably could if I could actually use Iron Skin out of combat, but basically if my health is full at any point, I can't use Iron Skin. Because it's 20% of the missing HP, so I have to actually be missing HP to utilize it, which makes it not very useful for like charging into the fray. And these guys can like one-shot me without it, so I need to like take a small pip of damage first before I can tap Iron Skin, and then I can run in there and be strong. Run in there and be versatile. Get out of my face. I love kicking the monsters away from me so much. It is hilarious.
I don't like it too much, to be honest.
You want to see something really funny? Let me know next time you got your snake up, and I'm going to show you something hilarious.
I don't have a snake, but I can pull like the whole screen and
watch.
There you go.
Watch. We do it again. It's so dumb. Not only does that knock them all back, it also makes them all vulnerable for 4 seconds. So whenever you suck them in like that, I can make the entire pack vulnerable and knock them back. It's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. They'd be like, get away from me!
I don't know what that was.
Lightning spires. I'm running away. I'll stomp on his face here.
That hurt.
it's a really cool combo though, because
yourself.
if you do it right, what you do is you jump on them, right? Then you kick them away from yourself. Then you jump back on them again, and then you kick them away from yourself, and then you jump back on them again. And then you stomp on their face. Then you stomp on their face with ground stomp, and then you jump on them again. Like, it's a hilarious combination.
Did you land on your head because you killed yourself?
I killed myself because there was an explodey thing there.
Basic Barb was slain by Basic Barb.
Exactly. I am the only one that can slay myself. That's how powerful I am.
I need time to do that.
Where did he go? Did he disappear, or did I execute him? I think I executed him.
Yeah, this build doesn't like your kick very much because I'm doing AoE damage and then you kick them out of the AoE and I'm like, oh man.
I make them all vulnerable. Okay, I make them all vulnerable for 4 seconds.
Yeah, but the ice spikes from Blizzard takes like 2 seconds to actually kick in. So for 2 seconds after you kick them, I'm not doing any damage to them.
Good. I get to take all the damage and you don't get none. Hey, I can leap back to my target, okay? As soon as I kick, I get another leap. So I can just kick, leap, then ground stomp, then leap. And everything whenever I do a leap, it does an earthquake, and whenever I do a ground stomp, it does an earthquake. So I get like, it's like earthquake. It's pretty nice. I get like 4 earthquakes on top of the target. And as long as I'm standing in the earthquake, I get damage, increased damage, and also damage reduction for being inside the earthquake, which is nice. Have a good one. See you later. I freaking got night shift tonight. I probably have to. I'll probably need to hop off and go to sleep.
What time you in?
I gotta go in at like 11 p.m.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, finish up this dungeon.
I don't know. I want to play.
That was me last night.
I want to play.
I must wait.
Alright, boss time.
What? Solo the boss by myself? What am I? Ow, he's got a lot of poison. Why does he have so much poison? Res me, I want to get the bonus. He hit me for more poison than I had HP. That was amazing. Like, he just touched me and it was like my entire bar was green and I had absolutely no choice but to die. Like, it was bad. I don't know. Yep, there we go. I tried to res you, Chunks. If I die, it was a noble effort. It was a noble effort.
I'm out of potions.
I drank all my potions and survived. Yes.
Hey, their glyph level. Oh, definitely going for this one next. Archives, prison, Whispering Pines.
Alright. I do need to hop off and get some sleep. I'll see you guys later.
Alright, man. Have a good
man.
night.
Alright, guys and gals. It's been really fun. Freaking amazing. The stream, like, oh my god, I was like 4,000 people this stream, which is freaking nuts. And, I am super excited about the, well, just in general, like a lot of the changes. If you didn't go over the changes with me, then rewind the stream. And then you can go over the changes, because we literally spent like an hour going over the changes together, talking about all the different buffs and recapping things, and it's a first good patch. I think a lot of this stuff should have been in the game from the beginning, but it also kind of goes along with my theory that this was probably our day 1 patch that we probably should have had a while back. Obviously, we've got another big patch coming when the season starts, so season 1, whenever that is coming, I'm pretty sure we're going to have another patch then. We'll probably have some more hot fixes. They keep doing hot fixes over and over again, by the way. So if you don't pay attention to those are actually kind of important because that's how they nerf like some of the more OP stuff and fix some of the more simple problems. There's been like I think it's like 11 or 12 hot fixes so far. It's a lot of there's been a lot of hot fixes. Anyway, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me today for the patch notes. And as always, thanks for watching and keep watching.